Well, well, well. Hey, I'm sorry. I have to jump ahead. Usually I say hi to everyone, everything else, but Maxie, that's quite a conclusion to jump to. Something annoying happened. I'd be a little more than annoyed if that was if I went to work. My work called me and said I was fired. Darn it. um. Anyways, hello everyone. Hello EV23 first in the room. Hello Brad Pitcher Caw. Hello J Maxie. Caw to you as well. And clang 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 with the pipe cock. And sounds like the saga of Evie's disability paperwork continues. If it's not one thing, it's another. Doctor gave the wrong date. Now the doctor's fixed it. And then the work calls and says, just have to stream. Stop until we find out. We're not getting anything else done today till we find out what the work said when they called. And hey, Nick, good evening, sir. Yeah, it's really the suspense is really building with this. Would have been less suspenseful if it was Skull Sphinx, like Brad had surmised. They can extend your leave till October 20th, but because the paperwork was the exact same as July, so they couldn't give you pay until they received the new paperwork. So you're not fired, but you're annoyed. Wow. Sounds like a bunch of a-holes. Or, I don't know, bureaucracy. I never know who to point the finger at in situations like that, because sometimes these systems of getting disability benefits or medical leave, all that, unemployment, whatever it is, it seems like they're prone to lots of little hiccups and inconveniences. So, as you can see, I'm still playing Vintage Story. That is when my PC is not crashing all over the place. You saw, if any of you saw on Discord, a couple of you saw, I know. I was not even sure if I was going to stream tonight because my PC's been super crashy. And it's been extra crashy the last couple days. Like, the last couple of nights, it's crashed like 3 or 4 times. So, okay. Well, yeah, Brad, the game has crashed on my machine, but it's crashed the way that my machine has been crashing. Which is not just that the game shuts off and then I'm on my desktop like, oh no, what happened? It's my entire PC freezes and then it like stops. And I either have to force restart it or it'll just sort of turn off. So anyway, last time that was happening real bad, I updated a bunch of drivers, and I actually, what seemed to fix it was there was a bunch of dust and millie hair and all sorts of shit that got inside my fans and my computer, and I like vacuumed all that stuff out because I took the side of the case off a long time ago because for some reason the ventilation in the case, the way it's set up, is a little messed up. Like, I don't know if they put the fans in wrong or what when I had it built, but it just would always run cooler if I just kept the side off, which is not, it's actually supposed to run cooler with the case enclosed if the ventilation's right. But anyways, so it's open, it's more prone to getting dust and stuff in there. So when I was crashing before and I did a bunch of stuff, and then I also like vacuumed out the interior of every part of my PC inside, and then used like the canned air after I vacuumed and then vacuumed again. And that actually, it may have been something else I did, but that actually seemed to make a difference. So I tried that again tonight. I also did a clean install of the latest NVIDIA driver. I've just been doing the standard install, which sort of installs it over. But I did that last night, and then I immediately crashed like 5 minutes later. So I'm like, okay, that's probably had nothing to do with that. But yeah, that's getting a little frustrating. You think it's a broken floppy drive? It was a Napster virus? It could be. Oh, hey, Matsu's call. Yeah. Crucible Survival of the Fittest out here. That too. So I am still in a mud hut, Maxie. I'm in an entirely new mud hut because I started a new world a couple of days after this stream. I've been playing it most of the week. And the reason I started a new world is, you know, when I get into a game like this, I'll dabble in watching videos about the game because it's complex. And so I was watching some video about like things to know as a new player. And one of the things that they called out was that by default, the world is set to be like just a huge continent with only lakes, like sort of small-ish lakes. And that you have to change the settings if you want larger bodies of water, the default settings when you're starting your game. And that you want to do that because some of the more recent updates of the game introduced like seafaring ships. So if you want to be able to travel by sea to justify building a ship, you want your world to have more than like duck ponds, right? I mean, they had some lakes, but largish lakes, but they were not super large. Like you could swim across them type of large. So yeah, I restarted a world where I reduced like the land mass setting to 70% instead of 100% to make about 30% of the world ocean, but still mostly land, like continents, right? And hey, Nick, no, I understand how it may look that way. And Brad, actually, this is something I've had my eye on for a while. It's sort of like a super hardcore survival version of Minecraft. And I've been tempted to get it many times, and then about a week ago Brad got it and got me hyped about it again, so I ended up getting it last week, and I've been playing it ever since. I'm totally into it. But it's all that crazy stuff that I like, where, you know, it's hard to build anything. Well, building's not hard, but getting resources is hard. The crafting is kind of complicated. Getting food it gets easy once you get like farming and stuff, but it can be a little bit of a struggle. The world is kind of brutal. It's got seasons. I think I'm gonna set myself up so that you can't farm in the winter, right? But I think I'm gonna have enough long-term storage foods, like grains that don't spoil for a long time, to get me through. I'm still in summer now, but you know, I'm already anxious about the winter. It's that kind of game. It's hard to believe Brad likes this game. Yeah, we were chatting about it, and I've said that a few times, but it does feel a lot different than other games. So it doesn't feel like Minecraft. It doesn't feel like, not that Minecraft's super survival game, but it doesn't feel like Valheim. It doesn't feel like Green Hell. You know, there's all these different games, and this one sort of, I don't know, it's got its own vibe going on, its own kind of rhythm and progression, and it's really kind of addictive. But I could see how someone who doesn't like all the other types of, if you like crafting survival games, you probably would, there's a good chance you like this too, although it is a little bit on the hardcore side. So like if you like Minecraft, you may not like Vintage Story because it's too hard. But I believe I found out from Brad that this actually, the people that made this, or the guy, I think he's got a little team now, but I think it started with one guy, and it was originally a Minecraft mod, but the stuff he wanted to do wouldn't work. Like he couldn't using Minecraft as a base, he just wouldn't support all the things he wanted to do. So he sort of like started from the ground up and built up his own game, so it could do all the things that he wanted to make it do. It's still considered an early access. I think it released into early access in 2016, so it's been around a while, but it's been like a solid game experience for a long time. Like people that play it for the last several years, they're already like, they love it. They become obsessed with it. So yeah, you know, if I'm streaming a game for a second week in a row, I must like it. You figured as soon as I bought it, I'd stop playing it? I mean, I do have a pattern of doing that. I would never buy a game under the assumption that I'm going to continue playing that game. And then we will be, like, playing that game at the same time. Oh. Hi, Moo. Mentally spend a restlessness. You got better news. You won a marble giveaway on a streamer's live stream. You got $25 as a Steam gift. So you bought Monkey Island and Phasmophobia. Oh, nice. Phasmo looks... I have it, but I haven't played it multiplayer, and it kind of freaks me out a little bit. Makes me uncomfortable. I told you guys that I tried it once on VR, and I nearly fell out of my chair and threw my headset across the room. Like, the jump scare was so real. I swear I could hear, I could feel the cold, frosty breath on my shoulder when there was a whisper right in my ear. Oh. All right. Yeah, this game does actually have a story. And like somewhat of a quest line. There's sort of and that's another thing where I'm a little surprised Brad likes it, because it's got a little bit of a Lovecraftian type of... I get a Lovecraftian vibe of the kind of story. There's a very sinister kind of scary... What do they call the Cyclopean? I don't know how to say the word. But the eldritch giant, like eldritch horrors of massive scale, like existing all around us, waiting to be summoned into our plane of existence, type of thing. So, well, I do have one other bit of news that is going to impact my streaming schedule again over the next several weeks. That is, you remember our house sale fell through last Monday, that we were busy working out for like a month. Well, we looked at like 5 or 6 more houses on Saturday, and we found another house that we like even better than the first one, and we put in an offer, and that offer got accepted on Tuesday. So we're buying a house again. This one, we can guarantee will have no septic system drama. No 60-year-old septic systems. Maybe there'll be some other problem, but it's a brand new construction. So the house didn't exist until a couple months ago. It was built this year. No one's ever lived in it. It's hooked up to city sewer and water. So no weird problems with the poo-poos. So, or if there is someone else's problem, it's gonna go away somewhere else. Someone else could deal with it. Just an outhouse. Yeah, there we go. That was a solution. Just a Honeywell porta potty out in the driveway. How are you the number one interaction? I don't know either. I especially don't know how you knew you were the number one interaction before you hit enter on that comment. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Because the last comment that I see of yours, Matus, you didn't have any ranking, and it was like a few minutes ago. And then your very next comment is, how am I the number one interaction? I suck. And that comment is the first one that I see that says you're number one. Do you have something when you're on your own screen that tells you what your rank is before you post it to chat? That's another thing. I've never been in a chatter. I've never been a chatter in someone else's stream. Oh, you had another one before that? Gee, I have all my live chat going. The last one I saw before that said, I mean, caw. And that had no rank on it. Oh, and then there's never buy the first house. But that had no rank either. All right. I didn't see that one till right now. I don't know how it works. And I also don't know what I see versus what you say. But actually, this was the third house that we've put an offer in on. You could say we are hot to trot to get a house. Yeah. So, because the first one, they didn't accept the offer, though. We got in a bidding war, and someone else bid, like, well above what, way out of our price range. Like, it was they bid $30,000 above asking, and we're like, nope, we can't go there. Sorry. All right. So the fenced-in backyard, that is actually one of the things that is a little complicated about the offer that we made. That hopefully is going to work out okay. But there were two things about this house. I mean, it's a brand new construction. It's sort of like a smallish development. It's probably all told going to be like 12 houses, and so far they built 6, and I think they're building and selling them as they go along. So like they had 3 ready for sale right now, and so we looked at all 3. The one that we chose is actually coincidentally the cheapest of the 3 and the one we liked the best. It had the best living room setup, like layout, but they don't have fences, and it doesn't have an central air conditioning unit. It does, the house is like all set up for AC. It's got all the ducts and everything else. I think it's actually got like this crazy HEPA, like advanced HEPA thing in the garage, but no actual AC unit. So the seller has all these incentives. The seller is the builder who's building the development, and they have all these incentives to buy it, and the incentive is they'll offer up to like $10,000 in closing costs. And so basically when we put in the offer, we said, okay, instead of putting $10,000 towards our closing costs, instead, can you build a fence and install an AC by the time we take possession, so that when we move in, there will be a fence and there will be AC, and it won't be something that we'll have to deal with later. And we figured, they're in the middle of building this development. They've got to know all the people and everything else to do fences and everything. So we thought this might be something they would go for. Because we realized that to buy those things would probably cost about as much or more than the incentives that they were offering. So it's like, okay, this could work out for both of us, because they probably get this stuff cheaper than the general public. And if we paid out of pocket ourselves, it'd probably end up costing more. So, let's see. I'm gonna catch up on chat. Your hubby and I just finished the first series of Star Trek. Oh yeah, the next up in the movies. That's right. Good luck with Star Trek: The Motion Picture. That's the first one. I love it, but a lot of people find it boring. Yeah, it's some good stuff. Star Trek 2, 3, and 4 are to me the golden trilogy of Star Trek movies. It's the one story leading into the next on those. But anyways, glad you're enjoying that. I hope you're enjoying that. If you're still, oh, Brad, the movies are mostly bad. I guess I'm biased because I grew up watching that stuff, and I basically until Star Trek 5, when Star Trek 5 came out, I was a little like, oh, that was a little hokey. It grew on me over time, but I can't claim it was a well-made movie. Oh yeah, no, Spock was always my favorite too. I love Spock. When I've rewatched 3, I thought it was good. I don't want to spoil anything about the story arc, but I think 3 and 4 were good for different reasons. 4 was a funny one because it's like where they go back in time, and I still quote 4 sometimes, but they're in modern day at least 1986 modern day San Francisco when it was filmed. They have to go back in time to like find something to save the universe or whatever, and they end up in San Francisco, and they're walking around San Francisco trying to like blend in, and they're completely awkward, like they don't understand what the hell's going on around them, and it's just like I just thought that movie was really clever in a lot of ways. I still like that movie. You couldn't stand the series, but you liked the movies. I liked both, but you know, all you've seen is the Khan movie. Nick, have you watched all the other Star Treks though? For some reason, I thought you watched like heavily into other Star Treks. Maybe I'm thinking of Brad. No, Brad has watched like just about everything. Even numbered ones are good, and the odd numbered ones are bad. That gave 6 way too much credit. I liked 6 when it came out. It wasn't my favorite, but you know, there's also the time in my life in which they came out also heavily colors like which ones are my favorites. So, because I mean, Star Trek 1, I loved. People today might think it's boring as hell, but I used to watch the original series with my dad, and we watch it, and I thought it was like I didn't understand what was happening half the time, but it was like, I thought it was super cool. I really liked Spock because Spock seemed polite. I liked grown-up people that seemed polite and that didn't get mad that I would think wouldn't get mad at kids. Like, if I was with Spock, he wouldn't get mad at me. I wouldn't get it, like, if I did something wrong, he wouldn't get mad at me. He'd be cool. He'd be calm. But that was the thing I liked about Spock, is he just always seemed very calm and polite. And I'm like, yeah, I like he's a grown-up that I feel like is not going to act like I'm a dumbass kid. He's going to be nice to me. You watched all of Next Gen and a couple seasons of Strange New Worlds. Okay. So, yeah, it's hard for me to say whether you would like the original movies, but it's like I'm almost like if you're gonna watch Wrath of Khan, you should watch at least the next 2. Because I don't know, they kind of lead right into each other. Like literally, the next scene in Star Trek 3 picks up like right after the last scene in Star Trek 2, and the last scene in Star Trek 3 picks up like the very first scene in Star Trek 4. Like literally there are 3 distinct movies in terms of once the stories get going, but one literally leads directly into the next. You like Strange New Worlds? I never finished Discovery. I was enjoying it until they went in like back in time or forward in time or whatever. There's something where they end up like in an alternate reality, and I was like, I kind of at that point was like, I had a hard time. It shook me loose a little bit. I liked Picard, but I think you guys know this about me. I'm someone that's I don't like necessarily everything. There definitely, I can't think of everything offhand, but there are things that I'll go, I didn't care for that very much. But all this stuff that people, the new Star Wars movies are shit, and I'll be like, I had fun watching them. I know if I think about it too hard, there's a lot of stuff that I thought like I didn't like about this, like choices they made, but I enjoyed watching all of them. Picard, I liked Picard, man. He does look and sound like he's on death's door. You're not wrong. But especially, and I'm a sucker for this kind of shit. It seemed like the last season of Picard was one big love letter to fans of the Next Generation. It was like it seemed like the whole purpose of the last season was just to reunite the cast of Next Generation and just have one last adventure together, Next Generation season-long reunion. Which maybe it was totally calculated and pandering, but I loved it. It worked for me. I don't care if it was pandering to the fans of the Next Generation. It worked for me. Best part of contracts nowadays is now you keep starring Picard even after he dies. Well, Picard's done. They finished it, right? You don't foresee watching Star Trek in the near future. It's not your jam. That's fine. Doesn't have to be your jam. It's not everybody's jam. There's a lot of like I said, Strange New Worlds is supposedly like the best Star Trek in a long time. But I was trying to watch it in order, and I stalled out in the middle of Discovery. I watched all of Picard, but that seemed sort of like it was doing its own thing. Whereas Discovery sort of leads into Strange New Worlds. They're like sister series. And I just ran out of Star Trek stamina. I like Star Trek. I had never watched Voyager, and I tried a couple times to get into Deep Space Nine. And Deep Space Nine is still on my list of things that I fully intend to watch at some point, because it's supposed to be great. There's tons of Star Trek that, even as someone who considers himself a lifelong Star Trek fan, I just haven't gotten around to yet. You're old, Overlord McGeek. You are the old. You keep sleeping at 8 p.m. Deep Space Nine was awesome after 10 years. Putting it off. I don't know anyone who has actually watched the entire series who doesn't think it is just the bee's knees. A lot of people feel like it's the best Star Trek series ever. Like it's the best of all of them. But it takes a couple seasons to find its footing. And I don't want to start on season 3. And I also have not been able to get through the first couple seasons. I think a year or two ago, I tried again, and I actually got I got several episodes in to the first season. But I just fell off. Oh no, now that's the thing with the Next Generation is, now I was going to say, when the movies first came out, I loved Star Trek. I loved watching it on TV. And when I found out they were going to have a Star Trek on the big screen in the movie theaters, it blew my little kid mind. And so just seeing that first Star Trek the motion picture in the movie theater was like a spiritual experience. It was the most awe-inspiring thing. And because they had good effects, even for, even looking back at it, they hold up. Although they've probably done a lot of remastering since then. But even then, the effects were very impressive for that time as well. Where it really looked like, I mean, even as a kid, if you watch the original series, it looks like they're holding up a model of like a little spaceship, and like somebody is just holding it on a string and running it by the camera. In Star Trek the motion picture, there was this real sense of scale, like, oh my god, the Enterprise looks like real sized, and you could see people floating up next to it to see like how big it is next to them and stuff. There was just all these little details like that made my obsession with the Enterprise like just felt totally like, oh my gosh, this is like, I love this so much. I was obsessed. US episodes in the first season. I liked when I was watching DS9. I was enjoying it, but it just wasn't. It wasn't like I wasn't going, oh, this is no good. It just wasn't like hooking me. Where eventually, other stuff came up and I started watching that. Speaking of other stuff, I'm kind of excited for people like the Alien franchise. Alien Earth, the new series, is an FX. It's showing on Hulu starting next week. I've been hearing some pretty good buzz about it. It's the sort of thing I'd heard about for a long time, that the TV series was coming. And for most of the time, I knew it was coming. I just assumed it was going to be shit. But the sort of like preliminary buzz is that Alien Earth is going to be good. Voyager's mostly awful. That was another one I got all excited when it launched. All these shows launched like I was around for it. When Next Generation came out, and I think when Next Generation came out, I was more salty that they didn't use the original cast. Like, I wanted another TV show with Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, And they were all actively doing the movies at that time. They weren't too old to be doing Star Trek. So I was like, why are you doing... Who are all these other people that I don't give a shit about? Why? Where's Mr. Spock? Let's see. There's a lot of comments flying around in here. Oh, there was one more comment about the house. A couple others that I meant to get back to. Since it's new, does it have a warranty? Yes. But only 1 year. But it does have a 1-year warranty. There can be, some builders will offer a 10-year warranty. They may offer different warranties. This one comes with a 1-year warranty. So, I mean, that's compared to most houses that you buy don't have any warranty. So, that's the thing. So that's cool, having a 1-year warranty. It's nice. It's not like the fanciest house ever, but it's like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's not huge. I think it's like 1,400 square feet, which is not like huge, but it's laid out real nice so that the rooms feel very spacious, and it's got like a sort of an open kitchen with an island that opens to like a dining room, living room area. That's just sort of just a nice sort of great room. Just a really good way of using the space. So we're pretty stoked. And then we're gonna have, it's not a huge lot, but it's mostly in the backyard, and the backyard has got enough space for what we need. It's got enough space to play some fetch, run around with Millie, play some fetch. We're not going to be launching balls 40 yards or anything, but yeah, it's just nice. But yeah, no AC. I mean, that was something that it was funny because we saw all this super high tech like HEPA like stuff, this crazy high tech like air handling stuff in the garage, and I think we just assumed that it was AC. And it wasn't until we were looking to put an offer together. And the funny thing is, it was right in the listing that there was no, they said it was AC ready. And that should have been, if I'd been paying attention, should have been the clue of like, that means it doesn't have AC in it. Which is weird. We're like, hey, I mean, you go in the house, the kitchen is amazing. It's got all this top of the line, like really nice appliances. Just really nice. All the bathroom fixtures and everything else, just really nice. And it seemed like, wow, they really didn't pull any stops in some of these other areas of the house. But like, then you don't have an AC installed. So I don't know what the deal is there. I mean, I know that it could be it has an advanced capability for an advanced AC system. And that's some of the research I did, is the cost of an air conditioning unit can vary wildly depending on how advanced you want it to be. So it could be like, to fully take advantage of what they do have in the house, you might need an expensive AC unit that's going to have advanced features to take advantage of those. So, there's an argument to be made that there's a reason they might want to leave it up to the buyer to decide like what AC they want, rather than as a builder just doing, whatever. I mean, it'd be nice if they just put an AC that worked well with whatever tech they had in there. I agree. It's a weird thing. So, but yeah, that became part of our deal was, we want, while they still have possession, and before they hand us the keys, metaphorically, that it's got a fence and an AC when we move in. So that's the deal. They accepted it. But that's also, to me, one of those weird things where I'm like, could something go weird halfway through that process that could bork the deal? Something about a problem when they're building the fence, or I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like it adds an extra complication to the deal that could potentially, like, things could come up about it. But in terms of like inspections going awry, the serious issues with the house being discovered, like all that shit has been inspected over and over again by the county already, just during the building of it. So we shouldn't run into any of the kind of like, oh, you got a 60-year-old shit tank and it's busted because a tree grew over it for the last 30 years. None of that shit should be happening in this house. A super fancy suit. Oh, the suit with a circle driveway. No, it looks like a fairly routine track house. And in fact, there was another house that we had basically we're zeroing in on that we were really interested in. Because this house that we're buying now was the last one on our tour. The first house we looked at was bad. But it was the second house that we thought, oh, this one looks pretty good. And we went and we were like, ooh, this is nice. We really liked this second house, and we would have, there's a good chance if the last house hadn't been as good as it was, we probably would have made an offer on this other house. It was, this one was also 50, 60 years old, but it was just they kept it up real nice, kept it modern, and had good space, and it was just a nice house. And we didn't have a lot of like the pictures of this house, this new construction, were not all that impressive. It looks really generic, and it doesn't look big either. I mean, it's, again, 1,400 square feet is not the hugest house ever, but it's a little strange because it's a little bit like, it's like the house got hit by a growth ray, like the opposite of a shrink ray, because it's got high ceilings, the windows are large size. So every time you look at a picture of the house, all the proportions make it look like it's not like, oh, it's just a regular size house. But then when you see it in person, you realize like, oh yeah, it looks small because everything is big. Like, if that makes any sense, like the way the windows are laid out in the back, you get and you realize, oh, these windows are huge. So that means that, like, by comparison, the rest of the living room is big and open and spacious too. And then, they take pictures, and these agents, the listing agents, are always using super wide angle lenses. So we're looking at the pictures of like the living space and these other spaces and thinking like, oh, I mean, we're thinking new construction in our price range, it's going to be shit, but we'll just take a look at it just to see. But we're probably going to go in there. The living room's going to feel like a little fucking box. And the only reason it looked like it might have some room is because of the wide angle lenses. Because we've been in houses that were like that, where it's like, hey, this looks nice. Oh, look at that living room. And then you get living room and it's like, man, I don't know where they had this camera and what setting they had on the camera, but this room is like tiny as fuck. You can't wait to hear me complain about cutting grass, especially at my advanced age. Well, we're not sure what we're doing with the property yet. Because even in the pictures, it was just sort of like, there was sort of wild grass growing, but it was not like manicured in any way. But by the time, that's another impression that looked better in person, was by the time they were showing the house, they actually had put in fresh green, like installed lawns against the house, and then like nice wood mulch around the edges of the yard, in this sort of like very just pleasant to behold pattern. That also looked really nice. But the actual lawn square footage, all told, is maybe, I don't know, a couple hundred square feet. It's not a lot of lawn. So man, we may end up making more lawn. But that was one of the things I actually liked about it too, is again, the yard is it's a good size for what we want it for. It's a place for Millie to run around a little bit. maybe do a little gardening, put in a couple trees. It's not as spacious as the last one was, but it's not tiny. I think it's going to be just fine. But it's also not going to be like too much to manage. How's the flooring? The flooring is like a linoleum. It's like a hardwood pattern linoleum, like sort of a grayish wood pattern. It looks real nice, but it is, you know, it's not it's not like you know, real hardwood or real like whatever, but it's nice. And then I think the bedrooms are just like carpet, like new carpet, obviously new carpet. And this one too, the last house we looked at was 1.5 bath. So it had one bathroom. The full bathroom was in the hallway where the bedrooms were, and then like by the laundry room, it was just a little room with a toilet in it. Which we were like, you know, the main thing for us is if one person's taking a shower and the other person needs to take a dump, that nobody's going to be sitting there like doubled over in agony waiting for the other person to finish their shower. Plenty big for the two of us. Oh yeah, it definitely is. And we sort of have our own, you know, we have our own kind of setup. So right now, because I'm like a snore monster. So basically, my office is like also a bedroom, and it's basically where I live. And then Amanda's got 2 rooms. She's got the master bedroom and her office, which is also a bedroom, but it's our guest room. So, which gets use. Like her mom comes and things, so it's like that gets use. But yeah, so but we kind of have that. That's why we were like, we want the 3 bedrooms, because that arrangement has sort of worked for us. Knowing your bathrooms don't. Oh, it did have a sink too. It just didn't have a shower. The half bath was a toilet and a sink. Sorry, I should have clarified, because we did actually see another house that literally was just like a closet with a toilet in it, and there wasn't even a sink off the laundry room. So $80 per square foot, hardwood Brazilian. Nope. Have a ramp for the scooter? No, but you know, who knows? Maybe we'll won't be that hard to get that set up when the time comes. But yeah, we were just kind of blown away with. Also, just the kitchen was really nice, and all the rooms had high ceilings. The living room, the great room has vaulted ceilings, but all of the bedrooms, everything are spacious. They have these really high ceilings. There's just this like really just open, spacious feel to everything. The tank of the toilet has everything you need. Yeah, you don't need. I guess you just, as long as you got a toilet, you gotta get everything, drinking water, everything out of there. Shag carpet for the bathroom. What are you talking about? I wash my hands vigorously with scalding water and steel wool. Every time, even if I just think about going to the bathroom, I'm like, time to get that steel wool on my hands again. I feel dirty. I'm a clean freak. Hey, Jeff. Well, okay. Now, no one has ever died in this house who's lived there, because no one's ever lived there before. Brand new. But if you ever seen Poltergeist, that's where they find out after they move in that the housing development was built over a cemetery, and the big reveal at the end is they removed the headstones, but they didn't move the bodies. That's why it's all haunted as fuck. Oh. Oh, your dog had surgery. I'm sure you mentioned that. But I didn't remember that. If the reconstruction workers died building the house too? Yeah, that could be. Or it could be like an Indian, it was a Native American burial ground. You know? They just bulldozed they just bulldozed the earth to fill in, like, to even it all out. That's true, Jeff. They would probably provide. They would probably, you know, hey, that's maybe, you know, return the bodies to the earth. Maybe that'll help them be at peace. You know, why put them in a box someplace away from all that nature? Let them be part of someone else. No, they'd haunt that place like crazy. Haunt it with a seance and ask for a refund. You'd think that the bodies would be kind of a problem when digging the foundations for those houses. Yeah, I don't know the logistics of it, Matus, but I just remember that scene from Poltergeist where all the coffins started popping up. Like, they had the swimming pool, and it was raining, and then somehow the horror scene where the mother, the wife, falls into this muddy pool that's rain soaked, and all these bodies start popping up in the water next to her, and then like full-on coffins start popping up and all this stuff with bodies falling out of them. And so then there's the big confrontation, because I think the husband worked for the developer that made the community. So there's a big scene where his boss comes and he grabs his boss by the collar and he's like, "You moved the headstones, but you didn't move the bodies. You didn't move the bodies." And then, you know, it's very dramatic. Any of you not seen Poltergeist? It's like a Steven Spielberg romp, fun for the whole family. It's a little bit, came out around the time E.T. came out. It's a little bit like E.T., but with ghosts. No, I'm pretty sure, like, most of the kids that grew up around the same time I did were fucking traumatized by Poltergeist, because it pitched itself as a family film, but there's some fucking horrific scenes. It was probably one of the most effective horror movies of the 1980s. That fucking clown. Yeah, there's the clown in the little kid's room. That's just absolutely, like, why do they... Why would they even have gotten that for their kid? And the kid, obviously, he hates the fucking thing. Every night, he stares at it and he's scared. Like, what? Why have it in the first place? Yeah, I had a little lady ghost expert. She went on to do a lot of paranormal, like, reality, like, ghost hunting shows and stuff. They're here. EV23, you still there? I'll bet EV23's never seen Poltergeist. Evie, have you seen Poltergeist? She's gonna get she's like, what? I watched Indiana Jones. I'm watching Star Wars. I'm watching Star Trek. I'm doing my best. Oh, you have seen Poltergeist. Okay. What? Oh, yep, you're here. No, you don't think you've seen it. Oh, okay. That's exactly what I would have thought would have happened. I don't know how Poltergeist ages now for someone watching it for the first time in 2025. I think it'd probably still be solid, but I haven't watched it in a long time. Oh my goodness, hold on a minute. How long have I been? Oh, it's not even an hour yet. I was like, if it was an hour, I need to start streaming immediately. P. Rich might be a Poltergeist. It was pretty, but it was also like it was like a solid movie. Like there was humor in it. The writing was, I thought, was like clever, like was good writing. The family was kind of believable, and I don't know, it was the couple and their 3 kids, the little girl and the kid with the clown thing in his bed, and then there's the older daughter who's the teenager. It's kind of like, you know, got a little bit of attitude. She's mostly gone for the whole movie. I can't remember, the actress that played the older sister got murdered in real life, but I don't remember if it was around the time of filming Poltergeist. There is like they call it the Poltergeist curse of multiple people from Poltergeist like cast died in unexpected ways, like tragic ways. Yeah, there's Matus, the cast that was cursed. Yeah. The young daughter had a drug problem? The Carol Ann, the Heather, whatever her name is? I thought she just had like chronic health problems. Like serious health problems. There was a remake in 2015? That completely was not even on my radar. Or maybe it came out and I heard it was shit and then I just forgot about it. There was like that Amityville horror reboot that came out in like 2005 too, that seems like maybe it's a decent reproduction, but it just, I could never, and I like the original Amityville horror. I could never bring myself to watch it. Although now that in the internet age, they pretty much have exposed that the entire, like how much of a scam and how like the people behind the Amityville horror are just flat out supposed to be scam artists. Like from the word go. So, but when, you know, when I was growing up, Amityville horror was like, oh, it's supposed to be based on a true story. Like those things really happened. So I was like, shit, that's scary as shit, that movie. Buy ghost insurance and clown insurance. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Evie, after you've watched all the Indiana Jones, I think you did, and all the Star Treks and all the Star Warses, then you need to watch Poltergeist. And you need to watch The Jerk by Steve Martin. So you can see that scene where he's like, he hates these cans. More cans. When you were a kid, Amityville was scary as hell. When you rewatched it as an adult, you couldn't even finish it. I rewatched it as an adult, and I still was into it. I remember watching some of the other ones when I was a kid and thinking they were freaky too, but then as an adult, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna watch Poltergeist or Amityville Horror 2: The Possession, because that just seemed like, as an adult, realizing it's supposed to be based on a true story, when they start having sequels, that just seems like a dick move. Any porn must-watch movies? Are there any? Like, honestly, when I remember when I worked in the video store, there were movies that like everyone knew about that were famous. I don't think they have that anymore. Because they actually had full production porn movies. Like there was Caligula, which was kind of like a porn movie. It was about a Roman emperor that was super decadent and had all sorts of orgies and shit. Then there was Debbie Does Dallas, which I don't think I ever watched that. I did work at a video store as a teenager and into adulthood that had a porno section. But I was so horribly embarrassed to like check anything out from my coworkers that I never took advantage of the free movie rentals to watch porn. It just would have although, okay, full transparency, one time when I was closing up the place, I went in back and there were a bunch of like tapes that were just sitting in the storage area in the back office, and they were like some porns. And usually that just meant like maybe they were, you know, video VHS tapes, they'd start getting like fuzzy and staticky and they'd wear out over time. So I thought we're just getting rid of those. So I rented a couple regular movies, you know, maybe Back to the Future and Jumpin' Jack Flash starring Whoopi Goldberg, you know, whatever was popular at the time. And then I went to the back and I swapped out a couple of the porno movies with the Back to the Future, whatever it was that I rented for myself. I went home, watched the movies, and then I went to work to smuggle them back in the next morning to re-swap them. And my boss was in the back office. He was like, "Hey, Ryan, I found something weird back here this morning." No, he actually, he was kind of a funny guy. He thought it was funny that I was too embarrassed, so I tried to sneak it out. I'm like, yeah, I didn't pretend like I don't know how these got switched. Oh my god. And hey, Feckless Rogue, do you ever watch Better Call Saul? What did you think as a lawyer was the worst part? I loved Better Call Saul. What was the worst part of, like, from a legal perspective? That's kind of hard to say. I mean, the whole point at which you decide to, like, okay, shit, I shouldn't help criminals get away with their shit, but they're paying a lot of money. That is sort of the one decision that snowballs into everything falling the fuck apart. So in terms of, like, realistically speaking, as a lawyer, the worst decision was the first one down that path. Because once he stepped in that direction, the momentum of that decision sort of took him the rest of the way. So that's my answer for that. The thing is I need to watch it again because I don't remember all the individual things that happened. I know there's, like, lots of crazy stuff happens, lots of people die in crazy ways. What about the $1 in his pocket scene? I don't know if that would make a difference so much. I'd actually, honestly, because I don't represent clients in that way, so I don't form attorney-client relationships. The times that I have done things, because that's considered being on retainer with someone. So, like, you work for them in general. The work that I have done with people has been transactional, which means literally, like, they need a contract to be drafted. And I'll say, okay, I'll agree to draft the contract for such and such dollars per hour, and, like, maybe with a maximum of $250 or $500, however long I think. And then they don't pay me until it happens. Like, they don't have to pay me up front. But a retainer it sets up an attorney-client relationship that does not have such a limited scope. It's more like you are just representing them with respect to a certain thing, like a business or with whatever else. And that does require consideration. Like, a contract does, and usually it's more than $1. $1 you'd consider a nominal amount of money. So it's almost like a formality. And that's where I actually don't know if that would fly. It might, but that's the one thing about being a lawyer. It's not always that you know everything. It's that you know how to look it up. So, and because I haven't done, and I know and it's been like 20 years since I was in law school too. So, it is probably something I knew at one point. But because I never took on clients that way, like, I'd have to look up the rules now. Well, Harvey Birdman. I don't think that I have. You know, the funny thing is I didn't decide to go into law until much later in life. It wasn't something that I was like, oh, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a lawyer, and I loved lawyer shows and movies and everything else. How I came to it was just more like, I was out of college. Didn't know what to do with myself, and I got into some, like, career counseling, and I took some personality tests and some interest tests, and, like, based on the things that I said I was kind of work that I wanted to do, they're like, have you ever thought about being a lawyer? And I was like, I'm all lawyers. They just sit there and go in courtrooms and they shout at each other. They fight and they're slimy. And I'm like, no, I don't like those guys. And they're like, well, most lawyers aren't most lawyers actually don't do that. They're not courtroom trial lawyers. Most lawyers work for companies or they do other things. Because I think I was saying stuff like, I like to, you know, analyze stuff and solve problems and you know, stuff that's maybe too complicated for other people. That, you know, that's a skill set that I have, that I can do things, help people with things that are too complicated. And that's where he was like, oh, you thought about being a lawyer? Because a lot of what you're talking about right now would be like perfect for getting into law. So, but that's the thing, is since I've, you know, went to law school and become a lawyer, there are a lot of people will ask, oh, did you watch Law and Order? Did you watch Boston Legal? All this stuff, all these great like law related movies from throughout the decades. And I'm just like, nah, I really never had an interest. I'm working at a video rental store. Think I'll take the LSATs. Oh, at the time that I applied to law school for the first time, well, not even applied, took the LSAT, because you got to take the LSAT before you start applying. I was a temp worker at a plastic mold injection factory that paid minimum wage. College graduate from UCLA. Really having a hard time getting my footing. And not sure how to proceed in a more fruitful way. But I know I've never read the books of John Grisham, P. Rich. I'm not interested. I think I owned a copy of The Firm that I started a couple times, like 10 years before I ever thought about going to law school. Because I thought, and then I watched The Firm. I thought that was a good movie. It's not that I hate all law stuff. I just have never had a particular hunger to be like, oh, if it's about the law, I want to read it. I want to watch it. I liked A Few Good Men, Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. You Can't Handle the Truth. I think I brought that up in a stream before. That's how most people think. If you're a lawyer, then at least once a week, you must scream at someone in a courtroom, you can't handle the truth. Because that's just part of being a lawyer. Oh, right. Yeah. Feckless Rogue. Yes. That's the funny thing is there is another person called Ryan Morrison who calls himself the video game attorney. And my name is also Ryan. But that guy actually does like YouTube DMCA stuff for like gaming channels and all this stuff. And he does actually have a law practice that focuses around, that focuses around gaming and also YouTube content creation. And so I had several times where people thought I was him. I get PM'd people, and sometimes I won't say any names, but there are a couple people that were kind of big on YouTube, like millions of subscribers, reaching out to me like, hey, I think this other person's been ripping off my content. Every time I make a video, this other person makes a video that practically like takes my script and whatever. And I'm like, oh, you're going to want to reach out to Ryan Morrison, the video game attorney. I'm Ryan, the gaming lawyer. Completely different. But yeah, and then the kind of lawyering, I am a lawyer and my job title has the word attorney in it, but what I do wouldn't even technically be considered a practice of law. It's just that they require, in order to get the job that I have, you have to be an attorney, because the type of work that I do is legal related and is complex. And so the people that hire for the teams that I work on, it's a big corporation that provides legal services and class action lawsuit administration, and it's hard to explain, but Yeah, I work in a big company. I work from home. We went remote during the pandemic. I work entirely from home, 9 to 5. You know, steady, real job, but I can do it in my PJs. Not many lawyers can work in their boxers if they want to. You dare someone to use Walter the Hobo Vampire's content of their own? I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. That you only care about that stuff if you're trying to monetize it, if you're trying to be competitive in the space, because you need the money or you want the money or whatever else. I don't make. I mean, my channel is monetized, but I don't even have ads on. I turned ads off like 5 years ago, maybe even 6. It's been a long time, and I've just never turned them back on again because I'm just sort of like, I never got enough money anyway. I never got any real money anyways. So all it's accomplishing is being a minor irritation for everyone who watches my stream, while I rake in, 3 cents per week. Yeah, you could still, because the thing is I didn't make Pipecock. I think that was a clip that I found on YouTube. So, I mean, we're the first ones to call him Pipecock. But that sub notifier where it's like the Don't Fear the Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult, him banging the clock against his metal cock against the pole. That's a clip that someone else made that I just took and made into my donation notifier. Walter the Hobo Vampire Awareness, especially here in August, the Walter the Hobo Vampire Awareness Month. Ooh. Wow. Had no idea. And look at Jeff trying to make Nightbot do a thing. Clank clank as Maxi playing the role of Nightbot. You go Pipecock, exclamation point Pipecock, and then Maxi does the clank clank clank. All right. Well, you know what? Remember before when I said it hadn't even been an hour yet, or else I'd start playing? I'm looking, and now stream's been going for an hour and 10 minutes. So I am going to start playing. So I've got to say, like, this week has been just a lot of shit going on. My job's stressful. I've been enjoying when my computer has been crashing, playing the slow pace of Vintage Story. Which, probably I'm going to deflate. My energy may deflate a little bit once I start playing. So I feel like it's been... I've been pretty much like firing on all cylinders socially for the last hour and a half, because I started my stream a little earlier than usual. I started around around 7:40. Yeah, would have been around 7:40. You thought Pipecock was my wife's nickname? You came for the G-Law? Some people come for the gaming lawyer, some people come for the G-Law. Others come from the... Maxi, I think, comes for the aiming G-Lawyer. Alright.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Now let's see... Let's see if I can get this working without crashing my PC. Because that's sort of been... Sometimes it's just crashed randomly doing jack shit. But usually it crashes when I try to play a game and have a web browser on. Or do anything else. Or just play the game. It's just gotten worse. You just come here to poke fun at G-Law. And for the... Oh yeah, EASA, of course. So yeah, this was that first world that I was playing last week. I played for a total of 12.5 hours. And then I created a new world that I called G-Law Continental. And that's because, the whole idea is this is the one that's supposed to have some oceans in it. I did have the volume of the music turned way down because it gets overpowering, but I have to keep it on the audio meter. It may be too low. It's okay if the music is low. P Rich comes for the EASA and bad decisions? Whose bad decisions? Mine? When? When did I ever make a bad decision? I say as I take a sip of Mountain Dew. Probably that's one of them. Oh, this week was my wife and I's 21st anniversary of when we met. So 21 years is it brass? Now I'm trying to remember if it was, I think it was brass. So my wife had been talking about she can't wait to go have a house and to get wind chimes, because in an apartment it can be a little obnoxious to have wind chimes. And so I got her some brass wind chimes with Yetis, not Yetis, with Bigfoots on them. Sasquatch. She loves Bigfoot. Like all of her, she always, like, on her water bottle, one of her decals is a Bigfoot and stuff like that. So, well, the funny thing is we actually did. We put in the offer, and the offer was accepted on our anniversary. So actually, no, we accepted the counter because they had a very minor counter offer. That was like, it was almost like, okay, oh, sure, whatever. After all that, the counter offer was the agent that we use has a 2.25% agent fee, which is paid by the seller. And they didn't see that until they saw our offer. And they were like, if you cover 0.25% of that, you got a deal. And it's like under $1,000. I was like, shit, it's a weird thing to be obsessed about. When you're looking at the prices of homes and stuff, the $940 is a weird thing to be like, no, I won't take what you say. I need $945 more. But it's like, okay, like, hey, that's basically the same for all intents and purposes. It's essentially no different from what we offered you. I don't know. Maybe it's just the service we're using. That's just how they do it. I don't know if that's traditional in the industry. Is it supposed to be covered by the buyers? At least the way that the service that we use does it, that's the standard for them, and they're big. We're using Redfin. I think Redfin might be the biggest, like, real estate. It's like Uber real estate, basically. But that's standard. And in fact, 2.25% is lower than industry standard. 0.25, no way. Try 0.23. Yeah, basically. All right, what's going on? Is there some shit? These are those cheap doors. I don't use them outside. That's why I'm still using dirt for my doors outside. Because the fuckers fall off when you try to use them. How many times can I open and close it before it breaks? Wow, this must be a world record for that door. Let's see, right now, it's about 11 o'clock at night. And I think I'm ready for the next day. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I just realized, okay, hold on. My gamepad's being all weird. And I'm going to need, in order to fix it, I'm going to need a full screen that will minimize when I click away. I wonder if the problem with my software for my little gamepad is related to some of the crashing that I've had. All right, that should work now. I have a separate profile set up for each game that I play. There we go. Everything is as it should be. They only break during emergencies. Yeah, I could see that. So I've been in the middle of. I hate the sound of stuff at night outside. I'm gonna go down here. Get a little bit safer down here. And here, I'll even close this door. God damn it! There, there it is. Okay. Luckily, no emergency there. Love the G-string. Yeah, so I think that's a belt, actually. He's pretty well clothed. It's kind of like a sash down there. But I think my plan for the morning is, I've been going back and forth to this area. Mining is weird in this game. Like, finding out where ore is a little weird. And so I spent a lot of time underground, like, trying to search out the ore. And I think I decided that for the first day back in game, I've been starting to build, like, a path leading to that part of the world. And I may just mess around and build a little bit of path. Didn't the guy last week say to use gates? Well, yes. Now I'm using the doors. The reason he said use gates is because gates don't break. I have the doors inside because they're not emergency use. The reason that they could be good for inside is by creating separate rooms, you're actually creating a separate climate. So the when you go downstairs, it's cooler downstairs. Maybe I should move the door down here. And that if you store your food downstairs in a room that's separated by a door, the temperature will be lower and the food will last longer. Now, I tested the way I had it set up right now, and it didn't make that much of a difference. So maybe I'm not down far enough for that. But building a basement for food storage is supposed to be a thing, and can be an important thing, and it's a reason why you would want to have proper interior doors, sort of creating defined room spaces. So that's the reason for that. As for this, I've just stuck with this being the way that it is. I just use a shovel. I dig myself out every morning. Yeah, well, if I want to make a saw, then I've got to fill this thing in with 900 units of metal to build an anvil. And so far, I've been burning through most of my copper looking for more copper. So my plan is not to put 900 units of metal into here when I'm afraid I'm going to run out of metal looking for more metal. So that's why I don't have, and again, or not again, I didn't say it before, but the doors are not that important to me. So I would love to have proper doors of it when I can. But the more important thing for me now is not running out of metal. Because starting from scratch with copper ores is a real pain in the ass. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna forget. Everything's ticking away. What? Did I make shitty meals? Maybe I need to cook. Okay, that's satiated. Maybe those meals were... Why were they so shitty? All right, well, I was going to pass the time till morning. You can, if you sleep in the bed, it can go for 8 hours or 7 hours. But at this point, I think I actually need to do some cooking. Let's see, we'll put 8 in there. Hello. 8 in there. Stop being that way. Here. Put it in there. I'm trying to open these things. All right. I think I'm gonna have some of these. And have some of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And maybe add some carrots. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so those are, I got that allocated. We'll do 2 grains, 2 grains. Each one gets the more variety you can put into your meal of different things that work together, the more nutritious the meal is. And now we're gonna light the old fire. Oh god, burned myself. Classic G-Law. Prospecting pick has 2 modes. Yes, I am aware of that. And maybe I'll show you, instead of doing that path, like I was saying, I'll show you how I've been mining. And so far, it's been teasing me. It's like, hey, you're just about to find some amazing things. I should just, since I built downstairs, I should just do one of these with 4 next to each other and just have a cooking palooza. I've been doing 2 and 2 meals at a time. That's almost done. There we go. There's one. Boop, boop. Boop. Carrot. Boop. And this one's done. Good timing. Reset that up. The first 2 things you put in act as the base. You have to put 2 of the same type, and then you can kind of mix and match with other stuff. So now it's rye porridge with mashed turnip, and now it's rye porridge with mashed turnip and carrot. The plates or the bowls stack when they're empty, and not when they're full of food. I can probably take the extra wood out now. And this is where I've been storing my food. I'll keep this one out. They only have... Oh, I think there's more. I didn't get the rest of this out. There we go. I'm gonna stack the old wood back, and I got like my little wood pile going on back here. One thing that's cool is the way that you do crafting in here. I think I could be due to make an extra. Wait, how many pickaxes do I have? That's the thing you don't want to run out of. Okay, I guess I don't necessarily need more pickaxes, but I'll burn through it, so it could be worth. Let's see. Here, gonna prep myself for mining in the morning. Either one of these could give way, so I want to have a backup of each of those for when they inevitably bust. And that should be good. But yeah, so it's kind of cool how it works. I think 60 will get me enough. I'm going to do enough for 1 pickaxe head. It's oh, that's too much copper. 150. I need 100 units of copper. All right. And then I light. Now this won't work with wood. I have to have charcoal, which you make in like a pit outside. It's kind of cool. I don't need to do that right now. I've got plenty for now. Oh yeah, and you need tongs. You need tongs when this heats up, or else it'll burn your hand. You can't carry it. And so this needs to get up to a temperature of 1084 degrees Celsius before it will melt. So you need a burn source that will burn hotter than that. So wood doesn't burn that hot, but this charcoal burns at 1300 degrees Celsius. So you can see this is heating up. 10, 60, 75, 70, whatever. It's heating up. This is also heating up. It's not starting to melt yet because it's still getting up to temperature. But you can see it's there it goes. Now this just hit. It just hit the 1080s, and it's starting to melt. And there's a progress of it's actually melting now. It's just things like that in this game that are just, I think, are kind of cool. Like you play Minecraft, this is where you're like, oh, I'm not playing Minecraft. This is not many crafting games do it. So now that's done, and because I have these tongs, and actually I'm gonna take the remaining charcoal out too. Now I come over, I want to make another pickaxe, so I have to pour it into the mold. All right, and I can put this stuff away. Put that away. Put away my thing. I can put this back on. And then you can't handle this until it cools. So that's going to take... It could take like several minutes in a real game time. So it's like, once you've done is you just leave it alone for a while. In fact, I'll just leave it until I come back from my day, because it's already getting daytime outside. So you don't want to waste that time sitting around here. But when I come back this evening, you come home in the evening, you find that there's things around the house that you need to get done. You can do that during the evening when it's too scary to go outside. And when I come back in the evening, it'll be cooled off. And I can attach it to a stick. And it'll be a functional pickaxe. All right. Sometimes there are lingering monsters outside. Looking okay. I like to check the crops in the morning, see if anything is matured, is ready to be picked. We're getting close on some of these. Little weed growing up. Growing carrots, oh, mature carrots? Yes. Turnips. Growing carrots. Growing carrots. So, and if you look at each crop has its own required nutrient. So this needs the required nutrient is K. And if you look at the soil on the top, it tells you the nutrient level for each type of vitamin on that plot. Now, on these ones, the nutrient level for that is 50%. Here is, growth speed. Oh, and it tells you the growth speeds. For a K crop, growth speed is 90%. Here, the growth speed is 99%. So this is basically, it's not going to get better than that because it's got all the nutrients. But as things grow there, whatever nutrient it needs to grow, it leaches out of the soil. So you actually need to do crop rotation a little bit on plot per plot. Now, we have one spelt that's matured. And let's see, the spelt is an end crop. It's not going to see much more benefit on the high. This is high fertility soil. It's super rare. I just found it out in a swamp. The rest of this is medium fertility soil, which is also, it's a hot commodity. It's good to have. Like Brad, have you still even seen the high fertility soil before? I know Brad, I had never seen any. That was an example of how this game feels different than other games. Is when I found that high fertility soil, I was so excited. And that's an example of like, yeah, this game made me giddy with excitement when I found high fertility soil out in the wild. So this is the path that I've started building. I didn't even realize this until, I think, yesterday, that when you build paths, your guy moves like 30% faster if you walk on the paths. So then I started being like, well, I've been running back and forth to this sort of neighboring biome over and over again. Not every in-game day, but just about. So it would benefit me to start, putting a path there. If my guy's going to run 30% faster on a path, and I'm going to go there a whole lot over time, I'll do that. Sort of gratifying. Oh, God. Oh, no, that's just a building. All right, so there is a problem in this area that there are bears that live in these hills. And the hills is where I've been doing my mining. Occasionally the bear comes out here. Bears killed me 2 or 3 times. The bears killed me 2 or 3 times already. So I'm very careful approaching this area because of the bears. But so basically the way that mining works is you have your regular pickaxe, that's what you use to cut through wood or through stone. But then you have a prospecting pick. And the prospecting pick is used to basically test the stone for so you can analyze the contents of the stone to determine if, like, and what kind of ores are nearby. So there's a whole bunch of places that I checked out over here. First I started around home, and it makes a little dot. I did one right in my house. It barely has anything. It has no copper. The things that it does have are very poor. I went a little further. Everything is very poor. Still, it says native copper, which is what I'm looking for. Very poor. Went over here. Again, no copper at all here. But then I came over here, and it was like, oh shit, native copper, high content. So then you start testing around. I came up here. Very high content. Okay, over here, also very high content. Over here, very high content. I came over here, ultra high. And so at this point, well, no, actually, I think when I found this very high, I dug down and I dug around and I did find some copper down in this mine. And then I did another rock test underground over here. I dug a tunnel over here while I was looking. And that's when I found a reading of ultra high. So basically it's become, I dug down, I found some ore, and then I've been digging around for the last several days, creating more shafts, trying to zero in on what it seems to be promising me is more ore, but I haven't been finding it. Oh, I think I didn't realize I left the torch here. All right, so you can see this is like me getting to work. Got to put my lunch away. And I don't know why I brought the nuggets with me. Whoops. And the spelt grains. Okay, I did not plan this out well. Anyway, I don't need to carry that stuff when I'm in the mine. So, and I found a bunch of ore down there. So the other thing you do, this is like considered a wide area search, but it doesn't tell you, just because it says ultra high, it doesn't tell you exactly where it is. So there's another, Brad mentioned this too, there's another way you can use the prospecting thing that's not a wide detection, it's a very local detection, and it will let you know if there's any ore within like 6 blocks of where you tested. So that's sort of what I did. I came around here, I've been doing the local test, I keep doing an occasional wider test to sort of see playing hot and cold. So this one is ultra high, and then you get down to the fine tuning. Ultra high 28%. This one is ultra high 30.96. Ultra high 30.66. Okay, a little lower. This one, it's closer to this one than this one. Come over here, 30.02. Okay, still closer to this one than this one. And a little closer to this one, you know. And then I came over here, 30.51. So down here, 29.6. And these are all ultra high readings, but I'm trying to zero in where this shit is. And then there's also the problem of verticality. So it's probably not at the level that I'm at. It's probably higher or lower than where I am right now. So I've sort of gone right in the middle. Oh, wait, let me put a... This where we're... Okay. Oh, wait, what was there? Did it not save my last... Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, I was going this way. All right. Now I remember. I was going to start building, going up from here. Go up a few blocks. Because I think it's got to be, the way I've narrowed it down, it's got to be somewhere around here. And I tried digging, last time I was in here, I tried digging a little lower, and the numbers got lower. So I think it's got to be a little bit higher. All right, so I think I'm going to do the thing now where I'm going to just sort of dig a thing with the, I'm going to dig a little holes. 1, 3, 4. And I'm going to try to look for like the local search for ore. If there's any ore within like 6 blocks of this. Flint, small amounts. I don't need flint. I want copper. The certain ores spawn only at certain levels, like in Minecraft. That I don't know conclusively. I can't speak intelligibly to that. What I have heard is that ores, in general, can appear at lots of different depths. Okay, flint, small amounts. But yeah, I can't speak authoritatively on... Because definitely in Minecraft, you get lower and you get better, like, access to more different ores. And I suspect that's the same here. Oh, what am I... Here, let's swatch these, swap these out. Okay, so lots of flint, small amounts. I don't want flint. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm also going to take another... So right now that was set to short range exact search. I'm going to try another long range search just to see if the number went up by even a decimal point by me moving up a few blocks, like vertically. And this you have to do 3. You got to take 3 samples to get this broader measurement. And the samples have to be at least 3 blocks apart. Need 1 more. Okay. All right, so here, ultra high native copper. So, wow, maybe I need to dig straight under. Because this is considerably lower than the reading I took just below it. This game is more concerned about rock type, sedimentary, I don't know, the igneous, metamorphic, than Z level. And I don't even exactly know what that means. I'm a lawyer, not a rock guy. Okay, I'm gonna dig. Wait, didn't I dig down? No, I'm gonna dig down right here. In fact, I'm gonna, I guess I could dig down from here. Maybe that would be better. And just dig across. I'll go down about maybe 5 blocks. You didn't take a single geography course and you tried education. I did. That was in 1993, I think. So it's been a minute. I'm sure I studied for the test. And I must have passed the class. But I don't remember those specific details. I mean, I know what sedimentary is. I don't know what the other 2 are. So 1 out of 3 ain't bad. 2, 3, All right, this is getting a little bit spoopy. I think I'll go one more down, and then I'm gonna do that same prospecting thing again. It's only good for baseball players. It's terrible for topic logic. Well, I guess I would make a terrible geologist trivia person because I just don't got it. Two, three, four. Let's I'm gonna do the local search because I feel like I've got to be. I mean, if I'm playing a game of hot cold right now, I feel like I'm on fire. Like I'm zeroed in on this shit. It's hot as rocks. No ore node nearby. Okay. A gaming geologist doesn't have the same. Hey, if I were a geologist, that'd probably end up being my channel name. But I don't think people wouldn't find it as exciting as a game. Oh, a lawyer. Then they find out, you know, what I do as a lawyer, and then it becomes basically not much more exciting than a geologist. And there's some people that would be like stoked as hell to see a gaming geologist. One of our best friends is a geologist, who plays games. They would be absolutely stoked. Probably if they were like surfing YouTube and they were like, holy shit, there's this channel called The Gaming Geologist. No node nearby, huh? All right, I'm going to get rid of this reading. And I'm going to do another reading to see if our of the general survey numbers, if they've gone up at all. Two more samples, one more sample. I would say being a geologist is way cooler than what I do. I agree. Okay, ultra high native copper, 34. Maybe these numbers are bullshit. How have I not found it yet? I'm getting a little bit frustrated now because I mean, look at this. I've dug the hell out of this place. I've closed areas off that I've concluded like was too far away. But I've spent a lot of time down here. I went down that way, and that's where I realized, oh, it's just getting colder and colder. It could be way lower. Do you know if those numbers are reflecting height as well, or is it a horizontal reading? All right, I'm gonna go lower. Being a historian is easy. Just read what happened. Tell people. That's when you put it that way, it does sound pretty easy. I just know I've never had to dig this far to get to it before. Well, usually I'm dealing with this. This was the first time I wasn't doing it based on surface copper, because you can find surface copper like just laying around like among the rocks on the surface, and then that usually means, I think it's supposed to mean that there is copper within a few blocks of that, like when you get into the stone layer. It's kind of rare to find surface copper. Let's see. Covers 32 by 32, and it goes all the way down. Oh, okay. Well, that's where I keep thinking if I go down a few, I would go down a few blocks and do it again. If the number is slightly bigger or slightly smaller, is that an indication I've gone the wrong way? But maybe not necessarily. All right, I'll go down one more. You dig? I'm going to try it again here. I'm going to shoot out in all 4 directions. Or all 3 directions, rather. But there is sort of like just spending after a long day of work, spending like an hour doing this is a little, it's a little bit zen. It can also be a little frustrating when I'm just not finding it though. Oh wait, no, I want to do the local one. No ore nearby. Sulfur trace amounts. Okay. I mean, my broad reading said there's minuscule amounts of sulfur. It's a little bit it's a little ironic that I'm finding that before I'm finding the copper. Sulfurite. Which one is sphalerite? I think I found that before. It's not something I can use yet. But I am starting to find a lot more stuff. I just realized I'm getting close to being out of food. All right, let me reclaim some torches. And I'm going to block this off. And I think I'm going to block this off. This is how I keep track of where I was digging before. If I make it so I literally can't go a certain way, I'll be like, oh, I guess I'm not going there. But 15 feet, yeah, it's late afternoon and I'm almost out of food. I need to plan my food better. You know what? That gave me enough that maybe I will stick around for a little while. That meal was very nourishing. Alright, I'm going to go back down. Just for a little minute. A couple minutes. Eat bear meat. Get trichinosis. All right, so let's see. I want to keep, you know what, I'm going to keep digging down. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a little bit of a Yui here. It was a wolf. Yeah, wolves will kick your ass. They'll gang up on you and kick your ass. So when I hear that sound, first off, I'm down here, so I'm just hearing it. I think they must, hopefully they're on the surface. Not going to end up down here in the tunnels with me, because I would shit myself if a wolf was just like, if I turned around and it was just right here. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, I was like, wait, do I have a backup pickaxe? Because I'm almost out of pickaxe. I got a fever, and the only prescription is more pickaxe. Alright, I'm gonna go this block down, and then I'm gonna do it again. Subterranean wolves? That's not a thing, Matus. That's not true. That's impossible. Alright. Let's see. No or no nearby. You like the mining sounds? Search your feelings, G-Law. That's not true. That's impossible. Matus, I can't believe you got the reference because I wasn't going to call it out. Does anyone else know what I was quoting right then? I mean, obviously, Matus is giving you a big hint. Casserite and Salafite. I'm going to do one more of the long-range ones, too. That was, no, I'll give anyone a chance to know what scene specifically was I quoting. And who said it. Any Star Wars fan should know this. Okay, so the copper amount is actually a percentage point lower than it was higher up. I don't know if that means something. Oh, where's Casserite? Yeah, if that's it's Casserite bronze, we'll get it right now. Well, it's poor Casserite. But did I detect it on this? No ore. I just don't know if I found the like I actually detected a nearby one. All right, nothing is right down here. But was there? Because I just was ignoring all the other stuff. Nah, there's like nothing. No ore nearby. Let's see. Oh, it's almost 7. It's almost 7 o'clock at night. I gotta get the heck out of here. As if to emphasize the point. The howling wolf. I gotta pick up some of these torches on the way out. I know I'm leaving some behind, but I need to get the hell. I have lingered for far too long. It is dark. The night is dark and full of terrors. Okay. Because I'm gonna run out of. I'll run out of food. If I had brought a shit ton of food, that's actually a good idea. I should prep a whole bunch of food and bring it to the mine, and that way I can just stay in the mine overnight. Because I keep going back to base to like make new food and all that other stuff. Maybe I'll spend tonight like increasing my food production too. Alright. Oh, it's way darker than I would like it to be right now. How's the rift activity is calm, at least. Now the reason dark is scary in this game is there's this rift activity. It's sort of this interdimensional activity that when it's high, the scary creatures are more likely to spawn. But then they still only spawn if there's not enough light. So that's why if there's high rift activity and it's a stormy day, they might start spawning. But definitely at this hour, if there were higher rift activity, those fuckers would probably be popping up. Taco Bell. Fuel is good too. All right. Are there a bunch of my crops ready to harvest? Yeah, there are. I need to unload. I think since it's a calm night, I could risk harvesting some crops after I put away all this shit. And put away the crops that I still had on hand from before. And, let me see, I'm going to put this bowl away. And I can still get the crops. I need to put that ore away too. All right. Ooh, these are all ready to go. These I planted 1,000,000 years ago. It feels like. All right. Let's plant them somewhere else. And let's look for other stuff that's ready to harvest. Growing rye, anything over here? Growing carrots. Mature carrots. I had to go into drink to get that stuff. Any other? Mature turnips. Mature turnips. Oh, the turnips. Is my inventory full? Holy crap. Okay. Here, I'm going to drop a carrot there. Why do I still have that stuff in here? Let's do a bunch of turnip seeds. Mature turnips. 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 Growing turnips. Mature turnips. What do turnips need again? N. And good. Oh, lots of, and I should have put them over here. I forgot to make. Okay. Growing. Okay, gotta get inside. I'm usually way too scared to be outside that much when it's that dark, but you know, it's how excited I am about agriculture. Wow, I've got a lot of turnips. All right, I think I might move my... Well, let me put away all this shit that I'm carrying. All the perishables last longer in a container. Any other food? Here's a bunch of flax grain. Holy shit, I got so much of that now. A bunch of flax fibers. That's kind of cool. Where was my basket? Here's where my flax fibers are. Claystone I've been putting in here. This is the claystone that I've been digging for mining, is what I use to make the what was it? The paths that I've been using to walk faster. The stone paths. You combine that with just a little standard dirt, the break down the claystone with some dirt, and that's how you get the stone paths. Let's see. You tried Wendy's Meal of Misfortune, based on Wednesday's TV show. I've never watched that. It's on my somewhat to-do list. I heard it's good. I just haven't had the interest. But I feel like I'd like it if I did watch it. Featured a bloody shake, either vanilla or chocolate fries, and a 10-piece pack of chicken nuggets. It was yummy. That does sound good. That sounds really good. I had some shin black ramen with broccoli and chicken for dinner, but that was like at 6, so starting to feel a little bit snacky again. All right, now I'm trying to think what should my cooking setup be? Should I move it downstairs? I think maybe I will. There's hardly anything in here, so I'll grab this. This is like my smelting room. I could probably expand that room up there, but yeah, let's see. Maybe we'll make this my cooking room. And we'll put 4 along there. All right, I'm gonna put that there. Actually, I think I want to keep this. There we go. Let's put that ore away. You had a porterhouse with sauteed mushrooms? Yeah, it's better than what I had. You slightly outdid me in my ramen. Although it was the fancy, spicy Korean ramen. Did this stack? There we go. Did I get all that food? Oh, there was 1 mushroom that I left behind. You'd rather have ramen? Eating meat is getting old? That just sounds so fancy, though. But I guess if you're doing like a no-carb thing, then ramen might be like, oh my god. Ramen is the thing that I lack. Noodles. Okay. And I'm gonna grab this up. I'm gonna grab this up. Grab this. I should make some more of these things. Do I have any spares down there that I'm not using? No. So I think I'm just going to grab these up. This has been where I've been storing my meals and stuff. You found a micro SD card and it wouldn't format at all. You thought you had a dead SD card, but you'd put in your Steam Deck and format it for some odd reason. You're downloading games on it. Whoa. What a twisting and turning series of riveting developments. It sounds like you came out with a happy ending to that twisted tale. Now you get games, which that's cool too. All right. You know what? I think I like the aesthetic of this is totally extraneous. But it feels more like a little cozy oven if I do it like this. But I'm going to go 4 blocks across. And I think in the interest of symmetry... Oh, there goes my pickaxe. I'm going to make the room 1 wider. This room is 1 wider. Oh, Evie doesn't even deny it. All right. Let's see. And oh, I should put this stuff. All right, let's do this. So the completed meals and bowls and shit we'll put in here. This is sort of like the main grains and veggies and shit that I'm working with. Oh, is it already? No, I was doing it the wrong way. Grains, veggies. All right, and 1 mushroom. Spinal Tap 2. Yeah, I saw previews for that. I like obviously Spinal Tap 1 a lot. I'm a wait and see attitude about how Spinal Tap 2 comes out. They made kind of a sequel type thing in the, like 15 years ago or something, which I was a little bit like, I watched it and I was like, eh. But I will be monitoring with interest to see if they come up with something that's awesome or worth watching, but potentially not life-changing. Good old Chuck McGill. All right, I need firewood. I need to grab a bunch of firewood. I think I'll keep like the base of the stacks here. We'll put the firewood. There, that's where the firewood will go. I do need some of the firewood. And I'm going to grab some of this, set up the little cooking fires. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grab the wood. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, Ozzy Osbourne had some health problems for sure. It is sad. It's kind of almost sweet that he did his farewell tour, and you know, it's not necessarily that he was of a poor enough health that they expected him to die right now, but it's also kind of like, yeah, he was not well. But it's still sad. All right. Enough mourning. I got cooking to do. Ozzy Osbourne will want me to go on and cook my little heart out. All right, let me see. We're gonna go. I think I'm gonna make more bowls. I'm gonna make more. Yeah, bowls. I don't need more cooking pots, but I think I do want to make more bowls. So before I start cooking anything, grab that. And I don't need more bowls. I'm tired of cooking every other night, and I run out of food long before I run out of the lidded storage crocks. I had those before, and I was feeling like they were a pain to manage. And still, I don't know. Maybe I should try it again. I was finding that it was like food management became overly complex. and I wasn't getting the benefit of the storage. And because I didn't have those are supposed to be very good if you can find, is it fat or whatever it is to seal them, which I don't have. So the benefit of their food preservation properties, I was not able to take advantage of. As for sheer like storage economy, I was not finding them to be more convenient to use. But maybe I just hadn't figured it out, the optimal way to use them yet. The thing you have to cook the 4 meals at once. Thing is, you have to cook the 4 meals at once, so that's not really a problem, right? Because it can't. It has to be the same meal. Those containers can only take 4 of the same meal into them. Just carry 1 crock and 1 bowl for 4 meals. Oh. So the issue is, you know what you're doing. Well, I will admit that I had not thought it through. Right? I had not. You're right. I had not thought it through. That among the tools in my arsenal, if I used them in that particular way, I would have a benefit. I just had them on the floor, 4 of them on the floor, and I was putting stuff in and taking it out, and then I was like having trouble figuring out how to get exactly the one out that I wanted, and eventually I was like, this is not making my food, because it was pitched as the big benefit is it makes your food last longer if you could find special extra materials, which I couldn't. And then I was finding that as I was using it, or the way in which I was using it, I was just finding that all that it was doing was complicating the way that I was doing meals. So I stopped using it. But that's actually a good point. I think I will, since you brought that up, and that's actually a very good idea. I'm gonna make 4 of those. Let's see. That is raw, cooking pot, flower pot, crucible, crock. That's it. It's a crock. And I could probably still use the same. I should have used the same. Making the clay. Making the clay. This is just another thing where it's like, yeah, you just have like a podcast on or some video on the second monitor. Just like, yeah, I'm going to spend an evening making clay containers. Now I can do the copying. You can copy the previous layer very quickly. Oh. I mean, I could have kept doing that, but instead I'm going to do this. All right. That was non-optimal. Gonna have to trim that part off later. And bloop, little bloop, bloop, and there we go. You haven't achieved the long-term storage benefit of crocs. You can't get much animal fat or beeswax. Well, you know, also I just don't hunt, so I'm not even sure exactly how that plays out. Like what animals you can get it from or how you get it from them, but it hasn't been from the rabbits and fish. Those are the only things that I've killed when I have killed stuff, and rabbits and fish. There's a whole thing about cultivating beehives, which I watched a video about it and I was like, hey, that's pretty involved. Looks pretty cool. I'll have to do that at some point and watch this video again when I'm ready to do it because I could not commit it to memory. All right. I'm going to put that in here. We're going to put some sticks. This is how you cook clay. A layer of sticks, layer of firewood, and then set it up. I think I also want to make a couple of more of the large clay storage pots that I've been using. boars, goats, and deer. But any one of them can kick your ass, so it's a rough time. Yeah, I haven't messed with hunting larger game. Because I haven't wanted that that extra fat or whatever it is badly enough. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Get some more of this down. Going to make one of these guys. Oop, wrong button. You can add the clay or take the clay away. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I guess, you know what? I'm going to try, maybe I should try and use this. I keep getting creative on ways to, this could be a faster way of doing it. And then trim. I don't know if this was a faster way of doing it. I think I'm just making it more complicated. All right, yeah, I just made it more complicated. Fuck it. I might have been onto something, but yeah, you can raise animals. They've got a pretty advanced animal raising system too. So when you first get animals, they run away from you and or attack you when you try to like feed them and stuff. But as you breed them, over the course of several generations, they begin to domesticate. So by like the 5th or 6th generation, they're no longer trying to attack you or run away from you. They just like are docile, which I think is kind of cool that they had included that. But yeah, so they have a fairly robust, which I'm not even near ready to do. I think I need to get some armor first, some decent armor, so that they can kick my ass a little bit without me dying as I try to domesticate them. That probably quicker just fill it out. All right, grab that. Close that door. There we go. Bring it upstairs. I need to get a dog for some wolf mouth. I bet you could tame wolves in this game. Wolf mouth. Millie's been getting really into like full body lunging wolf mouth when we go. She gets all hyper. She's big enough too that it's not cute. Like, oh, it's a little like Ewok trying to act tough. It's like she looks pretty fucking badass. You know what? I think I'm gonna make another one of these. What's my time doing? Oh, it's 6 in the morning already. Well, time to get back to the mines. Wait, I was gonna cook a whole bunch. And then, I also feel like I'm steadily depleting resources. I'm almost out of sticks. Maybe I need to spend a day or two out of the mines just taking care of domestic affairs a little bit. Hi, John. Oh, I didn't cover Chauncey up yet. Hold on. Very convincing, acting like she's alive, making that chirp. Oh, did I say that out loud? Hold on. All right, I'm back. Millie also heard the chirping from her arch nemesis and came in here. Had to show who's the boss of the house for a minute. Then everything calmed down. Zombie Chauncey wants brains. All right. I was more meal than I needed. Oh yeah, and I was going to show you how, now that this has cooled off, it's been a whole day. Grab that. Stick that over here, add a stick to it, and bam! New pickaxe. Okay, I'm going to put all of my mining shit away for right now. And instead, I'm going to grab an axe. Wait, did I need another? No, I think I've got meal. Okay, no, we're good there. I think the ladders I only use for prospecting. The ladders are when I dig those holes down to do the testing. I use the ladders to get back out of the holes again. But since I won't be doing that during today's outing, I won't need those. But I will need this axe. And I will almost... Well, we'll see. I'll probably need another axe as well. Oh, there goes... Alright. Everything is bright and cheerful outside. Eventually, I assume you can make windows and stuff, and then I can see the bright world outside before I dig the dirt away from my hole. Alright, this requires nutrient N. This has got a good nutrient N. These don't. Nutrient N. Alright, I guess we're using these. Alright. Oh, no. Okay, you know what? I should have a... I should have a place to drop off my fruit and veg. That was one advantage of having that right by the door. Alright, anything else I need to pick right now? Growing? No, everything else is growing right now. Carrots are getting close. Let's see. I'm going to chop down a little bit of wood. All these trees right here are trees that I planted based on seeds, or I guess in this case pine cones, that I got from other trees. So that's kind of cool. Maybe I'll show you guys how to do a like a coal pit with a special way to make charcoal. You gotta dig like a special... You have to put a bunch of wood and bury it and set it on fire under the earth. And then it smolders for 2 days. Turns into charcoal. This is another example of, like, it's just kind of cool. And there's another seed. I'll go ahead and just boop. Drop that down. These drop a lot of wood. Maybe, how many sticks have I got? 14? I should keep my stick pile out so I can monitor how many I'm getting. I'm probably going to need to do some dedicated stick gathering. I got 3 more sticks. Alright, so that wasn't exactly like an impressive. I just feel like these big trees... Oh, I'm about to run out of axe, too. Hold on, let's head that off at the pass. Little axe head. Oh god, what's there? What the fuck? Alright, back to my hobby hole. Back to my hobby hole. What the hell? It's a bright day. What the fuck was that thing doing out there? Medium rift activity? I didn't even see what it was, but I knew it took a quarter of my health out by throwing something at me. Here, I think this was my, I probably don't need all that wood. My wood pile. Let's patch myself up before I burn through all my food. I have a poultice. There we go. Get me back up to pop off the old poultice. Stack of 16. Hobby hole. I meant, you know, it's like Hobbit hole, but it's also where I do my hobbies. So it sort of came out. I coined the phrase. You didn't like that, Brad? I'm not. I wasn't necessarily the proudest I've ever been of a phrase, but you know, thought it was kind of fun. Also, I don't know, just slightly disturbing. One of the VHS tapes was hobby hole. Okay. All right. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna chop some firewood. Let's see. I think I need 9 stacks of 32. This is how you make. You get the logs. You put it in the crafting thing under the axe, and that's how you make firewood. And there's 1 axe gone. Oh. Hopefully by the time I've got this done, whatever was trying to kill me will have moved on. I'm going to have to make another axe. That's where I'm like, I don't want to start making metal axe using my ore on stuff like axes, because that's just a convenience at this point. But I will be very happy when I can start making axes and they don't break every 5 seconds. Oh, you know what? I can use I got a bone in here. Axe is something where if you use a bone instead of a stick, you can't do it for all your tools. Like, you can't do it for pickaxes. But for axes, you can make a bone handle that lasts a little bit longer. All right. And put this axe in there. I have a little more. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need just a few more. And this overflow I can just put over here. All right, let's poke my head out and see if whatever it is tried to kill me has moseyed along. This is too bright a day for me to have been attacked that way. So this is where I've been doing my digging my pits for this stuff. And so you stack all this stuff up to the top of the hole. And listen to that cheerful music. How could I get attacked by eldritch horrors with this kind of music playing? So cheerful. Oh, get out of there. Hop out of there. There we go. Then you mostly bury it. Oh, I do need a few more. I do need 4 more firewoods. Because I still have to light a little camping fire. Oh, that's too much. You like the work I'm doing to make the charcoal? All right, let's get this out. Get that out. We're gonna put the get the little fire going. We're gonna light this, and then as soon as it gets going, bury it. And if the smoke is coming up slow through the soil like that, you've done it correctly. This will smolder for about 2 days, and when the smoke stops coming up out of it, you dig it up, and I'm gonna have a whole crap ton of more charcoal. Very satisfying. Let's see. This is for the first time in 9 months. You've been at your father's house, and it's actually warm inside. Is that strange? I don't know the regular state of your father's house. I think a lot of this game can be described as kind of accurate. You seem to be going with as realistic as we can make it while still making it a video game. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress level of detail. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has got a whole different, like, the scale of their detail is a lot different. But yeah, I would agree that, like, the same attention to detail for what this game is doing. And Dwarf Fortress does have, like, stuff like that, too. Like, just, you know. Spending the 90s outside and inside his house with no air conditioning. You have to turn the... Well, that sounds like... Remember we were talking about ghosts earlier? That sounds like you got yourself a haunting there. Alright. I need sticks. Yeah, this is pretty extreme. Here, I'm gonna grab... That's just free food right there. Ooh. Look at this. Yes, please. I'm close enough, I'm just gonna come right back and plant these. 5 seconds away from my house. This is nutrient N once again. Alright. It's carved out hillside. There's a natural spring under it, so it's always cold. Interesting. I mean, except that you've got to run the heater so much. I like the idea of a place that stays colder. What am I hearing? Oh, I think there is a merchant over here. I haven't really bothered with him because I don't have anything to trade him. There's some fish. Alright, I'm just going to start punching some... Gonna start punching some bushes. Really the best way to get sticks. I could wander through the woods, but I have seen blueberries out in the woods. And blueberries means bears. Blueberries, bears, Battlestar Galactica. Which is the best bear? Wrong. Black bear. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. The nice thing about the woods, though, is there's just sticks laying around like this. I've heard in multiple videos, if you see blueberries, that means there's probably bears around. I haven't actually seen bears in these woods right here. But you know what? I think I can get the sticks faster than searching for them by just doing this. I have heard lots of wolves in these. I think I've been killed by wolves in these woods too. There's some wolves around. You'd fight a bear over some fresh bluebs. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love me some blueberries. That's one thing we didn't do. This summer being is weird. Usually, every year my wife and mother-in-law like to go to these farms where they have like berries you can go pick yourselves. Oh, there's the blueberries. I'm just eating the berries I already have. Thank you very much. Here, I'm going to start planting some more trees. Boop. Oh, I like planting these tall trees closer to my house. Oh, sorry, chicken. He looks so delicious. Let's see, how's my... It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, that's still good. Are those the red ones, huckleberries? I want to say there were some of those growing wild at someplace we were camping. But I don't know if that's the true... If so, that was the true, like, optimal huckleberry experience. Because they may not have been completely right. And I forget, maybe they were Marion berries. What is this thing? No monsters coming up this hole, I don't think, is it? There's terrible things down there. Maybe that's one thing that I could do. I could seal up some of those holes. Maybe I'll get less things attacking me randomly, like I did a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's good. They got some groovin' tunes in this game. Based on cobblestone. I keep getting like sidetracked. Like, no, I'm gonna do this now. No, I'm gonna do that now. But this hole I've been meaning to patch up. I don't feel strong enough to explore it. But I'm pretty sure I keep getting attacked from shit that pops out of this hole. But if I use this... I'm also afraid to use earth, because... dirt, because it'll end up looking like everywhere else and I'll forget where it was. This I can fill in with dirt, though. Alright. Maybe that'll put an end to the weird shit popping out behind bushes and killing me while I'm trying to, like... Ah, there's a blueberry right here. Alright, you know what? I'm going to take these blueberries. I'm going to take the whole damn bush. Bear be gone. And it's sort of similar to Minecraft. The music comes and goes relatively quickly. Like, there's... It doesn't linger. Oh yeah, I was good. Oh, another pine seed for some big wood. Go. Bloop. That'll take a couple weeks to grow. Does it say the one I just planted? How long? will sprout in a day. And then after you've planted them and they're sprouts, like this one is 12 days. So 5 days. Yeah, there are some cheap fencing options that I could build right now. I haven't bothered with it. You can see I haven't developed my land very extensively. Actually, I'm going to eat the last of this. Now it suddenly was like, wait, if I got blueberries in my pocket, am I just going to be like a massive bear magnet? I don't know that that's not the case, so better safe than sorry. Of course, now my belly is filled with bear bait. But yeah, there are different levels of fencing, and I'm pretty sure I can build some very crude fencing. I don't know, Brad, have you messed with that at all? I don't know how much security a fence. It might actually be a good idea to look into it. Like if I build a fence around with a gate, also. But the thing is, those assholes can spawn all sorts of weird places. I know fences could be helpful with like animals and stuff. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like if I just fence in sort of like my farming area. Like maybe just have a fence coming out from my doorstep and then like fence this area in. Like over to down to here. Fence in that chicken. That's an option. They look like 1 block tall, but they're actually 1.5. They'll keep out most enemies. But you have to light up the area so they won't spawn. Okay, so I mean, there's still, even then, some advantage for that. The thing, lighting areas is a little bit of a pain, because torches burn out in 48 hours. But what I'm doing now, if you knock the torch down and put it back up again, it resets the timer. So that's why, I hadn't explained this, but that's why I've done this occasionally. If you've seen me, it's because I'm resetting the timer for these. Oh, get off of the... I don't know if that could burn my bed, but I think I burned my bed once without realizing it. So... let's see, was the clay I was doing done yet? That's still cooking. I'm gonna keep this blueberry bush. I haven't decided what to do with it yet. I may end up burning it or something. I hear something scraping on my walls outside. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Alright, well, what other thing was I gonna do? I had an idea. Oh, I was gonna look into the fence situation. I'm gonna maybe come downstairs. Look into the old fence. Oh! Alright, something spawned in my fucking kitchen. Alright, well, the kitchen's off limits for the evening. Yeah, there was. I heard the sound. I thought it was outside, but it wasn't. I need to provide some light in my kitchen, and that gets back to my little rant about lighting. Is the more places that I have to light, the more of a project. It's sort of like this can be a multiplayer game. You need one player to be the dedicated lamp lighter to just keep all the lights from burning out. Yeah. Well, hopefully he doesn't try to attack my door. I'll just stay up here. I was going down there because I felt safer down there. But I need to put a couple torches in that room, apparently. Because that is bullshit I don't want to deal with. Because the thing is I think in the morning, I'll open all the doors and run out of here. And then go about my business out in the world. And because it's happened before. And then I came back after a long day and the damn thing was gone. Takes a while to get permanent lighting. Yeah, it's like oil lamps, right? Are they permanent? Or do you get the electric lighting that's permanent? Because I heard that like the next step up were sort of oil lamps. But my assumption is they're super long lasting, but maybe still require some sort of like, hey, if you let it go too long, it'll burn out too. Haven't investigated it because I'm so not close to that that you know hasn't been a something. That's the thing about this game. The way I've been approaching it too is there's so much stuff going on in this game. Like just what I'm doing now is just scratching the surface. All these little ways of making the charcoal and cooking the clay and all that other stuff. It's just scratching the surface of all this stuff. The more complex, more in-depth stuff that happens as you become more technologically advanced, when you get the higher materials and everything else. So I've been very much like not trying to learn the whole game and everything in it. If I see 100 things you must know to master this, I'll get to the first 15 minutes, and then when they start talking about, then you build a windmill, and you need 18 different gears, and then I'm like, nope, I don't want to learn about that now. I will learn that when I can actually make the thing. You can build sconces for your torches that work but requires brass. Well, I don't have that. Do these sconces cause your torches to last longer? Oil lamps are permanent, but they're ass. Very limited range. Interesting. Okay. Are there better permanent? Is there better permanent lighting? Yeah, I haven't looked at any of this because the only shit I can make now are torches. So it's like, just be happy with what I have, and then at the point where more things become available, I'll get excited about those and figure out how they work. I know I am looking forward to better lighting sources, but I don't know exactly. Like, I didn't know that lamps were ass. So that's news to me. They're less bright than torches? All right. What the hell was I going to do? Oh, yeah. I was going to look into fence. I will unpause it because all I really want to do is pass the evening at this point. I can't go. I was going to do a cooking palooza. I guess I could do some oil or some. I was going to do another clay storage pot. So I was going to say fence. Sandstone. I've been mining a ton of sandstone. Let me see. Sandstone stone. Is that what I've got? Is sandstone... Claystone stone. Never mind. Hold on. Can I make a fence out of claystone stone? Probably. Claystone. Dry stone fence. What does that mean? Okay, so yes, I could make some fences. And then I could also make... I could make wooden fences if I wanted to. Do you know if they... Brad, does anything actually try to attack your fences? Like, does it matter if you have wood or stone? For that reason? What do you got there, Goo? Oh, okay, hold on. We have a ritual. We give Millie her bully stick every night. And when she's done with it, she will bring it to us to redeem it. We call it the exchange. To redeem it for 3 calming chews and a dentisticks, which she enjoys. So I think I'm going to do the exchange. She's brought... It's very transactional. She very calmly brings the bully stick holder to me, hands it to me, like literally holds it up to me very, very calmly. I put my hand down. She places it into my hand. And then, okay, she's like, come on. It's time to do the exchange. Come on, I gave you the thing. All right, hold on. I'll be back in a minute. All right. The exchange has been completed. Everything was equitable. All right. So let me see what the other fence options are then. Because around a farm, I feel like a wood picket fence would be kind of cool. So let's see. What about pine? I need a board for that. Are there any like more crude wooden fences that I can put up? Bamboo fence, or rough hewn fence. I'm not so much into that, but let's see. I was gonna do it like that. I could make some of that. But at that point, I think I would like to have a stone fence. I think I'd either like a picket fence or a stone fence. Rather than, what's the wattle fence made out of? A bunch of sticks. And I get so much of this sandstone. Or not sandstone, it's the clay stone. Where depending on the part of the world you're in, you get different stone when you dig. All this clay stone. I think I just have a lot more of this in abundance because I get like more than I can carry every time I go mining. So this is a resource that just kind of is I get a ton of it as a byproduct of what I already do. So you know what? I think I'll grab up. That'll be part of my chorin for tomorrow. Is here I'm gonna put this stuff back. And I probably don't need to be carrying this around with me right now. If you got hit the lake with the pickaxe, do you get waterstone? No. I don't know. What's a waterstone anyway? Is that just when it splashes? Then technically yes. But it's hard to carry around without a bowl. Claystone. Grab up a bunch of this. And what was it again? Little claystone dry fence. Just 6 of these guys, huh? Oh. Let's see, I should grab one more. Oh, I did have more. I just didn't notice it. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. There, we'll do it like that. Oh, wait. No, it's like this. Like that. There we go. Because I'm assuming I can just do a stack of 64. The stacks may be of 32. No, it's 64. Okay. Probably don't need more than 64 lengths of fence at this point. And then we'll make a few of those crude gates. Is it the rough hewn gate? Is that the gate that I made before? What's the wood that I have the most of right now? Pine. Definitely pine. And that's what I keep cultivating too, is extra pine. It's strange to call it claystone. It's clay. I don't know. I'm not, as Brad so astutely pointed out earlier, I am not a stone expert. I had no reason to doubt that if it's a compressed, other materials becoming compressed, that it could be a stone that was based on highly compressed clay. But again, we've very firmly established I am not a geologist. And lost this. Fence again. So I think it was the rough-hewn fence. Or was there gate? Was gate another? Oh, that's what it was already. Gate. Fence and gate. Alright, never mind. I'm getting tired. So I need... Why is it not letting me... Gate. That's it. Not fence. Gate. Alright, and that gives me the pattern. Sticks. Oop. And put an axe up in the corner. Let's do another one. I probably will not need a ton of gates, but it might not be a terrible idea to make a couple. Gate. I hear you down there, monster. Still, it's like please let it be morning. That's like I just I rewatch Blair Witch Project when I go camping every year. It's like one of my little traditions. I have it downloaded on my phone, and I know before anyone bitches how much they hate Blair Witch Project and think it's lame. I like it, and when I'm camping in the woods, I like putting it on my phone when I go to bed. Usually, at least one of the nights that I'm camping. And there's that scene where they hear strange noises in the middle of the night. They wake up and like they're freaking out, and they're like, "What time is it?" It's like, please let it be like 5:30. Please let it be like right before dawn. And they look. It's like, shit. It's 3 a.m. That's how I felt right now. I heard the knocking sounds downstairs, and I was like, "Oh god, please let it be 6 a.m." And then I looked. It was just after midnight. Son of a bitch. I'm like a prisoner in my own house. Well, there's this stuff. We'll put that in here right now because I can't access my kitchen. All right. So we got our stone fences. We can put the rest of our wood supply back in here. Do I need more firewood? Maybe I should chop more wood tomorrow. But I do feel like I used a ton of my firewood. Oop. All right, that's enough of a build-up supply for now. And let's see. I guess I was gonna make some more of these clay pots too. So let's grab. I got plenty to do. Just because there's a monster in my kitchen doesn't mean I don't got nothing to do. Stupid monster in my kitchen. All right. Copy a few layers. Speaking of cooking, after giving Millie food and all this talk of cooking, and just realizing I'm getting hungrier and hungrier. I've been on an egg salad sandwich kick lately. Make the egg salad. And this week we got a big thing of pickled onions, which I don't know if we've ever bought pickled onions before. I know I've had them and stuff, like in tacos in particular, and that's how I was introduced to them. And I'm like, oh my god, I love pickled onions. So I got a big jar of pickled onions, and I've been putting them. I do a thick egg salad sandwich, and then top the egg salad with some pickled onions. Banana on the side. It's my new favorite. It's my new favorite meal right now. Oh. Yeah, no, that sounds even better, Maxie. It sounds kind of amazing, to be honest. All right. Grab some firewood. You bottom egg salad in the compost bin? It's an interesting choice. All right. So, let's see. I want another one for there. I'll still make more. Gonna need to dig up more clay. This area that I'm in right now is like absolutely lousy with clay, though. Going like far away. Here we go. Either to throw it away or eat it and vomit. You could just not get it in the first place. I mean, that's the third option. I mean, you're assuming you have to have egg salad on hand. What I would propose to you is if you hate it that much, just don't have it. Don't acquire it, you know? But to stand in line at the grocery store every day to buy his egg salad from the deli. Miserable, thinking about, man, just gonna throw this out. It's gross. If I eat it, I'm just gonna vomit. Like that'll be $7.99, sir. Oh yeah, here you go. Would you like a bag for that? Yes, please, double bag. It's a big. I got the extra big container of egg salad. Gross, dude. Made some soft-boiled eggs. Oh yeah, peelings. Yeah, okay. No, that's true. I haven't had those very often. It's like Pam, she's pregnant and Dwight was eating an egg. I don't remember that. You can't even be in the same room as a cooking egg? Oh, so you just hate eggs. Made me think of that scene from Napoleon Dynamite where he's like, he's working for the day at like the chicken ranch for his uncle, and they're basically like collecting eggs from chickens is the whole task for the day, and they break for lunch, and they're fed lunch, and they're given egg salad sandwiches and orange juice with eggs, like eggs cracked into the pitcher of orange juice and stirred in, I guess, to give it. to give it some protein. I don't know, but it was like egg salad and orange juice with eggs. Do they have large talons? What? The chickens. Do they have large talons? Can I make one more? I think I will. I've got plenty of room downstairs for storage, so why not? As long as I got about enough time. They all got paid in loose change. It's been a minute since I've seen that movie from beginning to end. Or I'll put it on and while I'm doing other things. Like it feels like it hasn't been that long since I've watched it, but it's been a long time since I've like watched it completely, like just sat in it from beginning to end. Oh no, Maxie, I did. That thought didn't cross my mind, but now that you've planted the seed, so to speak, now I can't unsee it. Minecraft junk would be cubicle. Yeah. I still hear that son of a bitch down knocking around down in my kitchen. I don't like it. I don't like not being able to go in my kitchen. Ah, does that mean the dawn has come? All right. Stick that in there. That I'm gonna need to get more grass and sticks too. I'm really burning through all this stuff. All right. Actually, since I'm going to be collecting that stuff, I might as well keep it out here where I can keep a count of how much I've collected. And clay back in there. See, 6:30 in the morning. Should be bright enough outside. Let's check. Let's make sure it's safe outside. All right. How's all this stuff? Check the crops. Growing carrots. Growing carrots. All right. Doesn't look like anything's quite ready to harvest just yet. Oh no, I'm not telling you it's wrong, Maxie. I just told you. Now that you've mentioned it, I can't unsee it. Alright, you still in there, you little fucker? Alright, he has vacated the premises. Alright, well, no more of that. Let's see, now I can move. Had all this cooking stuff. that I stored in here because I couldn't go downstairs. Oh, I should eat this too. Was that the last of my meals? Or did I have another meal tucked away somewhere? Oh, there it is. Okay, I do have one more meal. Actually, I'll set those down over here like I had before, at least for while I'm filling them. For some reason I could have sworn that I could stack these before when they were empty, but I guess not. Oh yeah, they are reusable. All right, let's get these in here. Stack that stuff up. And then tonight will be our little cooking palooza. Put that up. There we go. All nice. So now I'm like, where should I put the gates? I should probably have some gates like right here. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm not even sure how these line up. Are they? Oh, they're just like right in the center. Okay. All right, well, this tree's got to come back up. Are they going to be able to... All right, no, it looks like I might be just going to go... Whoop. And they jump over like this. I guess I sort of can. And this is making me realize, okay, let me grab... Now I'm getting the whole aesthetic going on here. I want to get my little path out. All right, so we'll at least get just a little bit of path going out there. And a little bit of path coming out this way. And then we'll... Hey, there we go. Oh, I like that. I think that looks kind of nice. Oh. These dumb flowers. Oh, there we go. Oh. How did I make that happen, though? Put it on. There we go. That's what I want to see. Is it possible to make something like pemmican, which lasts forever? Not that I'm aware of. Doesn't mean the answer is no. But I've not seen that as a cooking option. Alright, that doesn't work. But what I should do... I'm gonna need to dig up some more earth. I'm almost out of earth. I know what I should do. I could probably make... What the hell is that? Okay. See, I think I'm gonna... What? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Ah! I wasn't paying attention. There's a temporal storm. Oh, these are fucking awful. I'm gonna spend the next 15 minutes dying. Over and over again. Oh my god. I was having such a jolly little time. Ah! This is like the Blair Witch Project right now. Like, just everything's creepy crawly out of the corner of my eye. This is like the first time this happened to me. I was inside my home and nothing actually attacked me, but I was absolutely terrified. There's gonna be gravestones all over, dotted all over the landscape. The first time it happened, I was in the first world, and I was in my little hovel. Nope, they're coming for me. And everything got weird, but nothing actually came in and attacked me. But I think the second time I had one, I had a couple rooms at that point, and something spawned in the other room. And then I had to deal with that later. Why am I running away from my home? Because the fucking shit's in there already. My first death was inside my house. So if I get inside my house, that thing is just going to kill me again. Maybe it won't be there anymore. I have every reason to believe that if I break into my house... First off, I covered it with stone when I went inside, and then I turned around and something was in there and it killed me. If I break the stone back open, I may end up in the same situation. Yep, there he is. Nope. Nope, not going in there. So right now, my basic plan is just to run wide circles. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I actually accidentally picked up some of this shit from my old corpse. This plan only worked because I could get killed over and over again without losing more shit. Oh, there we go. Just dead again. Yeah, no, this is... And the effect of the way the world looks and warps, this is trippy as hell. Like, legit, this is disturbing to be in. It is very bizarre. Where was the stuff that I dropped over there? Okay, there it is. Oh god. Nope, dead again. Spawned like... Well, that didn't last long. Oh my god. Oh god. I spawned in my fucking fire? Can I stop being on fire, please? Can I cover this up again? Oh my god. So that, I don't know, that thing must have died in my fireplace. Alright, we're just gonna ride this out. I think it's starting to calm down. Yeah, this temporal storm seems to be waning. I actually need to get a knife and harvest it. I had a knife before I got killed 20 times. I would have hoped that the knife would be here, but it might be one of the things I kept picking up and then dying outside. I could carve a new knife, but with the world being warped like this and everything still happening, I just want to ride it out, and then I think I'm going to run outside. Once it's subsided, I'm going to run outside to the last place I died and see if I can pick... Oh, thank God. There is, and I just missed it. There was a warning in the chat dialogue that popped up, and I just wasn't paying attention to it. But there's a warning that says a temporal storm is incoming, and then it'll say, like, it'll give you a couple minutes warning, and then it'll tell you the temporal storm is imminent. And it was just because I was too distracted by what I was doing. I missed it. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, the fact that if I am going to be paying attention to chat, it's going to be like, it's going to be YouTube chat. I'm not accustomed to paying it. Like, it's not very often that you get incoming chat in game. And those temporal storms, they happen with some regularity, but at long intervals. So you'll play hours and hours and hours without one of them. All right, I think I died over here. All right, so I think there may be some things that I dropped that I have no idea where they are. Oh, here we go. There we go. All right. And now I'll just, like, as I'm looking around for the shit I dropped when I was killed over and over again, there's all this cheerful... It's like really chipper music. Okay. Let's get organized. And this is how we do this. There's that. I'm just gonna put the construction stuff in my backpack for the moment. The spear, flint axe, shovel here. Flint knife I usually keep here. Okay. I think I've got all my stuff. I should eat a meal. Do I not have any meals? Oh, I guess I don't. Then that means I should probably move up my cooking schedule. Alright, I'm gonna close this. I know I had stuff I was gonna do outside. Oh, and it's too late too. I was like, oh, I found my knife. Now I can harvest that guy, but he's gone. Alright. This I usually keep here. Let's refresh the timer on my torches because I can't remember when I last did it. Your charcoal is finished too. Oh, all right, maybe I'll check that out so you can see. I know I want to show you guys the charcoal because I think the charcoal is kind of cool. All right, just dig it all. There it is. All that beautiful charcoal. You saw it here first on the Game and Lawyer channel, how to make charcoal. Unless you've watched another video about making charcoal, then you didn't see it here first. It's sort of a pretty bold assumption for me to make, now that I think about it. Well, I'm pleased to see that I haven't crashed yet today. It's a bit... Oh, I shouldn't jinx it. I think I even, before my stream, I crashed twice. Let's see, let's check. Growing carrots. Growing carrots. This stuff's about to be done. Hey, Millie! Millie! She has again become aware that other people exist in this apartment complex. This is unacceptable. Oh, I guess it's getting close to this. I mean, it's still like 3:30, but man, time flies when you're being attacked by interdimensional demons. Pointed out something earlier about some of your crop growths being inhibited. Let me take a look at that. Saying still will no enemies nearby be effective? Maybe? I mean, I feel like they spawn all over the place. My impression of the beast during that is if you stay still, they're just going to spawn in near you. So that's why I keep moving. And again, it's not a well thought out plan. Hey, Millie. Millie. Come here. Come on, get up. Now she needs... Yeah, there you go, good girl. When Millie stops being reactive and comes up as asked, and she gets a treat, huh? Yeah. Here you go. Here, I'll give you 2 chicken hearts. What do you think about that? Huh? There you go. You ready? Yeah, pretty good, huh? All right, there you go. Good girl. Good girl. Okay, all done. Good girl. A little pop-up window says so. Yeah, so that happens, I think, let me see. It is August. So there are various things that can stunt growth. I think it normally has to do with temperature, high or low temperatures. If temperature's too high, and also depending on the crop, some of them have, you know, they have different temperature tolerances. But I have seen that frequently. That I've noticed that warning is coming into the summer on hot days. It reduces the growth speed, and it can potentially reduce the yield. I'd have to take a look at it and see exactly what it was saying was causing it and what the effect was. But yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. And I think once you're super fancy, you can and do glass, and you can make greenhouses and stuff. That way you can keep farming through the winter. But I think in this game, I'm a long ways away from that. All right, this is where I've been storing my stuff, and I'm gonna put this construction material. I started this. Is this where? Yeah. Oh man, it's getting pretty stacked up. Okay, I got everything in there. Oh, I still have fences on my person. That's okay. Winter is coming. It sure is. I mean, it's August right now, so yeah, it's still a little ways off. But it is coming. That's true at any point where summer or winter is not already here. It is coming. Okay, bowl. Let's plan out some meals. We're gonna make 2, 3, 4. You know what? I'm gonna start with the one I have the least of, and then we're going to. This is what we're gonna make. It's gonna be rye grain porridge with turnip and carrots. Where did all of my cooking pots go? Here they are. I don't need 5. Do I need firewood? No, we're good. I got 4 in each one. Never answered your question about cooking in the same room you store food. Let me find that. Wait, you're going to cook in the room you store fresh veggies in? Won't that accelerate their rotting? I don't know. My understanding is that it doesn't affect it, that it's just like the temperature of the room. But knowing this game, the cooking in here could increase the temperature of the room. So I could be screwing myself. But all they ever really tell you, oops, hold on, is the outside temperature. Common body temperature. So I know logically speaking, that would be the case. And the way that they are, that's something they may implement. It's something I need to research to see if that is like any given question about whether something realistic is going to play out in this game. Like any game that tries to be realistic. There are certain things that like would make sense to happen that don't. Like it just doesn't. And I'm not sure if that's among them. Using doors to keep the room. So the reason that works is, or that is a mechanic, is just that like, if there is a higher, a room that's higher than another room's lower, deeper, that it does have that mechanic, that those rooms need to be sealed off. Like their climates need to be sealed between the warmer room and the colder room in order for it to be effective. So that is absolutely a thing. I don't know within the room itself if cooking increases the temperature inside the room. It might. It would make sense if it would, but I haven't seen anything to indicate that that mechanic exists. Again, I have to do some research because it very well could be in the game. The game doesn't tell you everything, and a lot of what you find out, you have to find out by like looking in wikis or looking in discussions, Googling it, looking for tips and tricks videos. Hello, Chris Plays Games. People have crowns now, and I don't have one. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. We talk about this. We're not exactly sure how the crowns work. It doesn't always seem to make sense. Who ends up number 1, number 2, and number 3. But so apparently a max 7 by 7 by 7 underground room is classified as a cellar, and it improves food duration. I didn't know that there was a size limit. So anything that's 7 by 7 by 7 or smaller classifies as cellar underground and improves food duration. Since you're looking it up, is there anything about if you do anything else in there aside from store it? Does it fuck with the duration? Yeah, Matus has been my top. And in fact, earlier when he first got #1, even he was surprised because he was not the person chatting the most. But who knows? Maybe Matus is just considered kind of a big deal, and his chats are worth more than everyone else's. I don't know. Giving a super chat would improve your ranking, but apparently I can't give you a super chat because while you're in Iceland, it asserts your address must be in Iceland. That's cool that you're in Iceland. What do you do in Iceland? First place games. That seems like it would be an interesting place to visit. Oh wait, I should pause the game. I'm sitting here slowly starving to death. Like, oh, look at all the chat. I don't know if I should cook in this room. Do you think it'll be warm? And then my guy's like about to keel over dead. Number 14, biggest fan. There you go. Oh, you're traveling to Sweden. Traveling to Sweden by way of Iceland? You don't know what's up with this system? Well, I'm the biggest problem with this system. Oh, with the 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 system, yeah. The first time it came up, I thought I was keeping track of who was the first person in the chat because it's like that's one of the things that is like a thing, like first, But then, so Evie was #1. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna keep track of who's first in chat. But then all of a sudden, other people were first, and Evie got, demoted. It's an interesting place to visit. You saw like real glowing lava, like live lava. I've never seen that. Did you eat the lava, Brad? This is probably Brad would really want to know if you ate the lava. You stopped over in Iceland for 2 days on the way to Sweden. Oh, that's cool. So, well, I said, what are you doing in Iceland? You said you're traveling to Sweden. What are you doing in Sweden? Is it just going to experience Sweden, or is it like work related, or do they have like the best e-bikes there or something? Yeah, I know you sometimes you travel for various business and or causes. They advise you not to eat it or touch it. Even if it's black, it can still be 600 degrees. Is that what they're part of the don't touch it, even if it's black? All right, I am going to cook some meals here because my guy is about to starve. That's how I'm running things right now. Oh, come on, Moo. All right, I am fucking this up. I am not focused. Boom, boom. There we go. Boom. 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 I should just have all these opened at once. I know once I get an actual routine and figure out, like, there's got to be really efficient ways of doing this. No, I want the next one to be the carrot. I think even doing it a little bit out of order will result in it being a different dish, which you can then not stack into the crocs, which take 4 meals, but the meals all have to be identical for them to stack. All right, that's going. Now I'll pause again. All right. You won't sink in lava because it's still rock. I didn't even think about that. So even molten lava as a liquid is still like you would not sink into it. If you fell into a pit of lava, you just lay on top of it and burn to death. All right. Yeah, all the exact same amount of XP, 300. So it's sorting. Where do you tell who has the XP? Oh. Now I'm seeing all the way from 1 to 9 if you click on the top fans button. So that's the reason why it keeps jumping back and forth, because 300 is the max. So once someone's hit 300, it's, I don't know. Seems like it's easy to lose the throne. Number 4 is Brad. Number 5 is Jeff. And number 6 is the Archbishop of the Noodle. Silent spectator. Must have been here for a while to have that much XP. Thanks for watching, Archbishop of the Noodle. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And I'm sorry if you didn't want to be called out. He's like, I just want to quietly watch the stream and not be talked to. I just want to watch someone play, I was going to say RimWorld. Vintage Story. And just not talk to me. And then we got Nick at number 8 and the Feckless Rogue at number 9. You have not been entranced by the gamification? Well, not you, Brad, but whoever's earned a whole bunch of points without chatting. Alright, let's get back to it. Alright. I'm gonna pick up one of these guys. I probably only need one for starters. Oh yeah, you know what? I should get some more firewood too. Again, probably not doing this in the best way. No, dude. Alright, let's get Phil. What happened to the 4th one? Did I already pick it up? 3 servings of rye. Alright. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Did I just never fill that one up? I guess I didn't. I guess I screwed up. That's not great. So, again, I can't claim that I'm the greatest gamer, but a little slightly more unfocused balancing the chat. Speaking of which, let's see. And if you type in chat, you can click the little XP thing in the top right. Brad, okay. I'm overlapping of things I've seen and haven't seen. Brad has not been entranced by the gamification. Let's see. 2.5 week vacation in Northern Europe. Europe-y places. Oh, nice. So this is just basically your tour de Europe. Like you've got a nice, like, decently long vacation and you're just seeing stuff. I love that. Is Iceland a part of Europe? Scotland? Who knows? Well, I know from playing Crusader Kings, they used to raid England a lot. At least that's who I think keeps raiding me when I'm playing Ireland. I'm going to drive to Geyser, which is the place which the word geyser can. Okay. Use the world over is derived. It's the first one. Isn't Iceland a EU country? Scotland stopped after Brexit. Oh, yeah, geographic proximity. Interesting. Iceland's not part of the EU. Who knew? I did not know that. It's part of the Schengen area. Is that where they derive the word shenanigan? Oh no, Angerman Land. Isn't Angerman Land in It's in Sweden, isn't it? Was that one of the places he was going? Yeah, Sweden for a week. Yeah, Anchorman Land is in there. Alright, I'm gonna do a little more cooking now. Where the hell is all my rye? I thought I had a huge fucking stack of it. Alright, I think I still got enough, but this is... Well, what am I doing? This is where I go to cook. I thought I had a massive... Maybe I took the small stack. Maybe that's what I did. Because I knew I had enough for the number of meals that I wanted to cook. Nope. The carrot goes in the next one. Alright. Gotta keep my damn focus. Not my strong suit. Alright, now that's going. Angerman Land is in Sweden. Yes, Angerman Land. Yeah, we all know that's not pronounced phonetically. I just know that I watched Brad do a VOD of him playing Crusader Kings 3, and that was the place that he chose to be his starting province. And he repeatedly said Angerman Land. Very, very emphasizing all of those syllables in exactly that way. Angerman Land. And I found it extremely entertaining. So now I also call it Angerman Land. You don't think the Swedes would have appreciated you listening to you say Angerman Land like that? Alright. Now I'm going to play a little more game. Let's see, I had one more of that to do. And I think I'm going to cook one more thing here. And that should fill 2 of these. That should fill the last one. I think I'm just gonna snatch up the rest of the wood. And oh, it is nighttime in game. We'll get this. Was this the one that was? It has 4 servings. And now this one also has 4 servings. Alright. Here, we'll get these all reset. Hey Brad, do you get any sense of whether these do better inside a container or not? Like the containers. I know you can put these things into those things. Alright, here was the dream. No, I don't have bone meal soup. Hello, Ali. I don't know. Do you think I should look into that? Because I feel like we've discussed it before, but I can't remember whether bone meal is delicious or not. Gee, I wish Nick were here. I'm sure he would know. Let me see. Do you know, oh, you're going somewhere to pet reindeer. Alright, that's cool. You don't think putting the crocs in the pots helps much? Crocs in the pot. Okay. What only helps is if you get, like, probably the, what's it called? Honey, or whatever. Something else to seal it. Alright. Although now that I am looking at the statistics, it is saying that I am seeing it. It looks like the parish speed is lower than it was upstairs. What? Oh, I'm dying. Okay. I'm dying of starvation. Yes. Okay, so it doesn't work like that. I probably have to set it down on the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, just hold on a second, starving self. There, I hope you're happy with your damn self. All right, now it's, you know, if you're ever dying of starvation, just apply a nice salve to yourself. You'll heal right up. I shouldn't set it on the ground. Okay. So, okay. Interesting. Because I have tried different things. And so what they make it sound like is you take the one thing and you right-click it on the other thing to fill it. For me, that has not worked in the inventory. That's just swapped the location. Maybe... Oh, left-click. Never mind. All right. Can I transfer it back? No. All right, so I kind of screwed up the whole premise with that one. The premise being not having a bunch of plates in my inventory that are clogging things up. All right. But I think the proof of concept has been established. Ah! Stupid door. Why you gotta break all the time? Ah. And then this one, I didn't even know you could set up a door just right out there in the middle of the room. There you go. All right, thank God you stayed up that time. Good for you. Man, I won't mind at all when I can start making some more durable doors. Because I'm not in danger right now, but it is honestly shocking just being like, oh, I'm just gonna go with this, I'm gonna leave the room now or whatever. And the door just flies off. It's just not a good feeling. I hope my new house is not like that. And make that door on Gilligan's Island. It does look like the hut doors from Gilligan's Island. Yeah. Okay. It is just after midnight in game. That's one thing I sort of do enjoy streaming this. But it's definitely one of those games where it can be, I can lose track very easily of all the things that I would need to do beyond just basic survival. And even that is a little bit iffy. Oh, I probably don't need to stack wood up in here, do I? Okay, today's plan is a 300-kilometer loop on the Golden Circle. Oh man, I'm not even going to try and say those things. That's a lot of things that I don't know how to say. I don't know where they are, but I'm sure they're very cool. Possibly Secret Lagoon. I don't know anything about specifically what's in Iceland or most of those places, except Angerman Land. Is Angerman Land still like a location? Oh. Oh, wrong button. The give and receive buttons are a little... Alright, I think I was going to... I took all this stuff out. No, I wasn't doing... I was going to do a little bit of pathing, but not a lot. And I was going to bring out some cobblestone. And I was going to bring out some gates. And I was going to bring out some stone fences. Here are the stone fences. All right. Let me see. Let me catch up on this. Angerman Land is a state in Sweden. It's not in Iceland, but you're going to Sweden. I just yeah. So your knowledge of Iceland is even less than you think. Oh no, I was, my train of thought may be incoherent right now because I'm getting tired and my brain is trying to do more than it's capable of doing right now, to be frank. Evie bought some new glasses with an updated prescription, and I put that I wanted an anti-fog option for the lenses. Hopefully, the option works well. They only cost $70. Walmart would be like 300 plus. Wow, sounds like you really got yourself set up with some fancy ass glasses. Glad that you were able to get them for $70 when it would have been much more at Walmart. Sounds like you really came out ahead on that one. Iceland is a small, highly geographical island, so most of the things are cool geological, not graphical features created by volcanoes. Yeah, I think I watched a video about Iceland recently, and the person described it as the land that wants to kill you. It's inhospitable. It's got lava exploding everywhere, but also looks really cool. Like, you know. Zenny last year. Got pink frames this time. Cool. G-Law, you had a dream where you need a lawyer. You called me and I helped you win. Ah, cool. I mean, it's just a dream because if you needed a lawyer, I probably could not help you win. Unless you needed some help with some paperwork or something. Nah, I'm sure I could help to some degree, but anyways, I'm glad I was helpful in your dream. That's all. Oh no, Chris is not going to Angerman Land. Missed opportunity. Of course, probably, you know, it would be best if somehow Brad was able to go to Angerman Land, and he just repeatedly referred to it out loud as Angerman Land, just to see how people reacted. Oh, whoops. Hello. Losing track of what I'm doing is the name of the game. I just realized, oh no, that one's done. Let me see. I was going to bring this downstairs. And set another one of these doohickeys in the corner. That. You think you get kicked out of Angerman Land? Jess sends her best. Oh, hi, Jess. I send my best right back at her. So I guess you took her. Is it just the two of you doing this vacation, or is it like you got other family in tow? I actually had a dream of Gila while I was making a clay pot and vintage story. Was it one of those weird temporal storms? Because, you know, zombie. Just the two of us traveling. All right. Visiting your friend Victoria in Sweden. Oh, so you got some people you know. Are they people that you met through the Googles? Or do you just know people who live in international places because you're a fancy man? I know you meet lots of people in lots of different ways. I shouldn't assume that it's through Google. All right. This would probably be a good place for me to stop playing. I'm at that point. A new day just started. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with this new day, but I guess it's the middle of the night. but I'm at a point now where I'm just gonna go to the thanks you screen. I just realized I'm really tired and hungry too. Save and leave the world. So Maxie, are you gonna get Vintage Story? I need to know because I need to know if I should stop playing. Just kidding. I know it works out that way though. You watch me stream something for like I'll stream for 2 or 3 weeks and then you'll buy and like, you know what, I'm gonna get it. And then the next week I'm streaming something completely different. Well, my character in game is not hungry. But in fact, watching him enjoy all that delicious rye porridge just made me even hungrier in real life. I do have this little like protein bar thing in front of me, but I don't always like eating while I'm trying to talk and chat. It's sort of awkward for me. I know some people love to hear me eat real close to the microphone loudly, especially if I'm eating something crunchy like nuts. You won't buy it, but you enjoy watching me play. All right. I don't think it ever really goes on sale too much either. Like, I think the regular price is around 25 bucks. And I don't think the site that I use to check sales, I think historically it's ever gone below like 21 or 20 bucks. And I got it through, you can buy it directly through the website or you can get it through the Humble store. And I bought it through the Humble store because I still have Humble Choice and I get a little bit of a discount. So I got like 10% off or whatever it is at this point that I get. Yeah, I know I haven't eaten cashews for a long time. I have a big bin of cashews, but they were cheap and they were never good. Like, they tasted weird. So I stopped eating cashews. I could have gotten more. I was in a cashew phase for a while, and then I stopped being in a cashew phase. Time to get some rye porridge. You were gonna buy Kenshi, but then I stopped. You would have bought Kenshi if I had kept playing it. I don't know, for some reason, maybe you'd click with it, but it doesn't strike me as the kind of game that you would play. Like, it's a little complicated, a little like directionless. Open world sandbox. It's kind of punishing and cruel. But who knows? You broaden your horizons. Maybe if you catch it on sale, you might end up liking it. I know it can look fun to watch other people play it. Oh yeah, the toasted coconut ones. And we get some at like Trader Joe's too. They have it too. There's one that's like a Thai chili and lime. I think is probably my favorite. It's a little bit spicy and a little bit sweet. It's like spicy, sweet, and salty. And the spice is like there's a little bit of heat on it. A little disappointed that you failed to plan ahead so that we could get rye bread cooked in the ground, which they have here in Iceland. Oh, so that's like you have to plan. You plan it in advance, and then you can go to a place to cook. Interesting. Wasabi almonds. I don't think I've had wasabi almonds. Let's see if do we have anything exciting this week? I don't think we did. Like, our anniversary was on Tuesday, and so we're both so exhausted with everything going on with our, buying a house, and we're just like, and I'm not offended, but like Amanda was even like the night before, she's like, we've got so much going on, and like I tried to think of it something to get you for anniversary. She's like, I hope you didn't get me something super nice. And I was like, actually, I've got you something. I was really excited. I got her but it wasn't super extravagant. I just was lucky because I have a hard time buying gifts too. But yeah, Brass is the 21-year anniversary is Brass, which is what we're celebrating. And then I was like, looked up a website for what are some things you can get for the Brass anniversary. And one of the things was a wind chime. And she just literally 2 days before said, we're moving into this new house. She wants to get some wind chimes. So I looked up Brass wind chimes, and I looked and looked and looked. And most of them are not brass. Even if you look for brass, they're all like copper or bronze or something else. I found some brass wind chimes with Yetis, not Yetis, I keep saying Yetis, with Bigfoots on them. And she loves Bigfoots. I've never seen a wind chime with Bigfoots on it before, so that's what I got her. No, I did not get her an Under Armour hat. She didn't really wear hats. It means regret man land? Alright. Well, the thing is, I like wind chimes too. Like, I was excited about the idea of getting them. So I said they were for both of us. And then on our actual anniversary is when, we put an offer on the house. And then the next day, they countered. And that was our anniversary. And so at the point where they countered, all we had to do was accept it. And we basically bought the house. So you could say we bought the house on our anniversary. It makes you angry that it's regret man land. So still good. All right. You have a Bigfoot sticker on the back of your Jeep that reads, Bigfoot doesn't believe in you either. I love it. That's good. So I don't know if like Bigfoot's a big thing and just in general in states that have forests. But I feel like the impression I get is that Oregon is a particularly gung-ho Bigfoot state. But that's where I'm like, I never know whether objectively, whether that's how it is perceived from outside of Oregon. Like, oh yeah, Oregon's a big, people in Montana are like, yeah, big Bigfoot state, Oregon. Everyone knows that's a big, it could be any place with a forest. It's like, we are so big about Bigfoot in this forest. But, yeah, there's like particular areas of Oregon and particular towns that are like super Bigfoot themed. It seems like it's like a Oregon Pacific Northwest thing, like in particular, just being like big about Bigfoot. When you think of Oregon, you think of Bigfoot? Chris doesn't. All right. Well, I think I've even seen Bigfoot movies and they're set in Oregon. But all right, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to wrap this. It's time for me to wrap this up. And my Bitdefender told me it just blocked a malicious application. Is it that PowerShell shit? I'm starting to think Bitdefender is the thing. Yeah, there's some sort of like some Microsoft thing called PowerShell that I'm pretty sure it happened before and it researched. I found out as a false positive, but whatever. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm sleepy. And I'm work. Oh my god. Work. Ugh. Everything's too much. And I'm also jealous because my wife has Fridays off. So her weekend has already started. Sure, she has to work 10-hour days the rest of the week, and I don't. Sure, she starts work 2 hours before I even wake up. And I guess there's something to be said for being able to sleep an extra 2 hours. But I'll tell you, when Friday rolls around, she's got that whole day off, and I don't. I'm jealous that day. Monday through Thursday, when she's up 2 hours before me, not so much jealous. I guess it evens out. All right. All right, you guys. Wow, of course, right when I wrap up the stream, it's like I've got the most viewers. It says there's 17 people watching this right now. I hope you enjoyed my unfocused, terrible gameplay as I tried desperately and failed to keep up with my live stream chat. That's just how we do it here on the Game Lawyer channel. Stay tuned next week. Whoa, I don't know. With the move and stuff going on, my Thursdays might start being a little sporadic. Thursday night stream, though, you know, you can take it to bank. But maybe not. Maybe play it by ear. Maybe feel it out. maybe look at the teller. Get a sense what kind of day they're having before you walk up. Try to take it in there. They're just here for the lullaby. All right. Yes. The Norse portrait as well. Well, I don't want to disappoint. See your doctor again on the 13th. Maybe you have some good news. Oh, that's coming up. That's like next week. All right, cool. Yeah, I hope they do have some good news. Anyway, without further ado, boom, lights out. Now just relax, everyone. Evie, especially you. I can sense you just extra amped tonight. All excited about doctors and whatnot. All right, just calm down. Just take a chill pill. And that goes for you too, a.k.a. I can tell. I can tell you're feeling extra rambunctious tonight. Maybe that's Millie. I don't know. Someone's rambunctious. I sense it. Here we go. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. EV23, a.k.a. Chris plays games. P. Rich, J. Maxi, Batus, Jeff Harbaugh. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. I wonder if Nick is still there. Night, Nick. Probably not. It's been a while. Joss likes to show up right when I'm ending my stream and then make me feel bad for ending my stream. But I don't see him either. Everyone else is asleep. There's Nick! I will be in your dreams, Nick. Especially yours.